All right, all right, all right. I think I've been live for a little bit. It just took a minute for it to load up. So, hey, everybody. Happy weekend, Zen friends. Hope you're enjoying your wonderful Saturday or Sunday morning if you're on the other side of the planet. And I am so grateful to be here and excited, as we always are, to see what messages come through from Spirit and see what tea we can get into and stay out of a little trouble, maybe. And we'll see. But before we get into all that, let's start. If you want to join me in coming back to this moment, out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the past, out of the future, come back to the now in our little bubble of love. We'll do that by taking a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. And the key is slow exhale out, just to kind of calm down and come back to this moment instead of rush, 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 right? So we'll do that. Then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more beautiful energy as well. So if you want to join me in that deep breath, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. So calming, isn't it? And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we can allow that energy just to build up within our own little heart here, fill up and overflow into our brain and all of its stories, into our heart, of course, all of our emotions, to our physical body, every cell that we have, to our energetic body throughout our chakras, our meridians, out to our auras, filling us up and then flowing out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet higher and higher and higher love, right? After the third little gong that I'll do here, I'll bring in a beautiful feather to move energy, to make it lighter. We'll do the mind and the heart and the body and our energetic system. And if you want to join in cleansing and clearing out any of that, just join in with your intention and we'll magnify it together. Of course, something we can do at any time to raise our own love vibration is to focus on gratitude. Just one little thing that we're grateful for in the moment immediately begins to increase our internal unconditional love energy to where it matches the level of spirit with their unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And when we're in that energy, we can hear from spirit more clearly. We're open to messages from spirit more. And we also become a little magnet for whatever we're grateful for. We just kind of draw it towards us instead of blocking it off. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win, ain't it? I think so. All right. So that's what we're going to do. So let's dive in. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Hmm. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. I think she's going to sing all night. She is singing. So thank you guys so much. And it just feels so good. I tell you what. So we'll put all that back there and we will get into everything in here in a moment. So welcome, welcome everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your bruddaZEN and we're here to spill the tea from spirit, find out what we got going on and what we can learn from spirit from each other too as we ask questions and I know I learned so much and so much validation of what we already know. Sometimes they put it in order that helps us, kind of understand things and gain that clarity. So I love it. So welcome, welcome. We have a great group of Zen friends, of course, huge hearts, great senses of humor, everybody. So there's always room for more Zen friends. Excuse me. So please join us anytime you want. We try to keep it a beautiful place of safety and high vibration, supporting one another. So I'm so grateful. I hardly ever, 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 ever have to, rein anyone in from being attacking and lower vibration. Like knock on wood and gratitude, gratitude for all the love, because wow, it's amazing community I feel like we have here. All of our Zen friends. Um, if you wanted to find out how the whole process works, all that is down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. You can make a donation by using the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Don't have any set dollar amounts right now. If it's a dollar donation, we kind of go ankle deep. If you have higher donations, we go deeper and deeper, up to the knees, up to the waist, up to the neck, whatever it is. But we do dive in deeper for donations, and you get a fortune cookie with those too. Um, if your donation is $5 or more, this evening we have the Whispers of Healing Oracle as your fortune cookie. And then for all others, we've only got a few left of these law of attraction. Oops, let's knock everything around down here. Law of attraction. I think I've got like 6 of those left. And then we'll move into a new deck, which is dun, 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 dun. We got angel signs. It's another beautiful little oracle deck. So that is what we got going on. We are going to be using the Storyteller Tarot this evening. It's another beautiful deck here I like to use. So in case you guys are interested, I always like to show and give shout outs to all the creators of all these things because they're beautiful, aren't they? Great energies. So that is the process. And like I said, donations get first come, first serve, but I do complete free readings if the session time allows it. I complete all free readings in the session. I had the last couple of weeks, I've had some 8-hour sessions, 8-hour plus sessions for donations. Some I didn't get to any free readings, and I'm so blessed and blown away. The last couple of nights, I've had 6-hour sessions around there, and we did finish all the free readings. But if I don't finish it the night of, then I do pop on in the morning after I'm refreshed and going at it again and do a separate stream to finish up anything I didn't have the night before. So always check out. I have a pinned comment after every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know we're fancy, just find your name, click on it, and then it'll take you right to your reading. If I didn't, and I will say at the very top if I got to all readings or not. If I didn't get to all the readings and you look at the list, on the bottom, I mention all the people I didn't get to that I'll complete in the morning. And then when I do a morning session, I actually jump back into the previous night's pinned comment and put the link to that in case um, can just click on that and go right to it and then check out the pinned comment on the stream because it'll always have the timestamps. So blah, 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 blah. Right. So that's how it works. And the last thing is I have a podcast. I am trying to work on the next one. The last one was 3 weeks ago, a little over 3 weeks ago, because next Thursday would be like 4 weeks a month. But I've been so busy. doing so many other things, and I'm making it a priority here, but my health comes first. So I go for my walks, I hit the gym, I'm trying to get my body running so I can stay here as long as possible. So I appreciate your guys' patience. But this is the last one, previous one. Phase 1, learning the language of emotion as we step through learning how to grow our empathic gifts and our spiritual gifts. 4 phases. We have a bunch of other stuff that we cover as well. That's just kind of a little mini series within the podcast. If you check out the playlist at the bottom, or if you click on my name and go to the main YouTube channel page at the top, it has the Easier Path podcast. And then you can see all the titles and check them out. A lot of beautiful, wonderful energies where we talk about the drama and the trauma of humanity. A lot of my own, and then other people sometimes share theirs, and they give me permission to, talk about their situations. And we talk about, why the human does what it does, and why spirit, from spirit's perspective, why we do things and want to have those things. And then, of course, hints from spirit on how to make those things an easier path instead of a harder one. Because we know it's humanity really can't be an easy path because of lower vibration, but we can make it an easier path, right? So that's what it's all about. All right. So that's all the blah, blah, blah. Let me do some shout outs here, make sure my lists are all updated, and then we'll get into the readings. It's what we're here for. The T, the T, the T. So we'll start here at the bottom, work our way up here. So we got Ruby Grimm in the house. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Hello, hello. And I see we got a couple of donations from you here. So we will get those on the list here. I like your little sticker. Hey, you. So good to see you. All right. And then we also have Wicked Majesty Tarot. Thank you so much for your donation. I got your question here. Good to see you as well. Hope you're having a great Saturday. All right. Esmeralda, good to see you. I love that. All right. And we'll get that is Ruby's question. We'll get that on there. And then we got Debbie. Oh, hey, Debbie. Oh, my Tech Zen friend. Hope you're doing well on your little vacay and enjoying yourself. It sounds like you are. I like it. A little jealous that you got to see uh, the little medium. I don't know if you want it to be public or not, but I'm so grateful that you're able to see them. I got to see the Long Island medium when she came to town. A friend of mine took me, and it was years ago, and it was amazing how people that didn't even know each other were sitting next to each other. They all had, like, lost their, like, everyone lost a son, as a teenager, and there was, like, 3 couples that were sitting there, and they didn't know each other, but they happened to sit another, and all of them came through as a group to talk to the 3 groups of parents. And you're just like, "What?" It's amazing to see it in person, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, he does, he has a good heart, right? You can just tell. So I love that. All right, so good to see you, we got you on the list here, and we also got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Get you on the free list here, and Debbie O, I just see that right above them. We have your free question as well, so we'll get you on the free list here. I love his mother too. I guess we could say who it is, right? Tyler Henry, the Hollywood medium, right? Uh, I always like watching their show because he's such a, like, mother. All right, and then, of course, we've got Ruby up here. Let me grab your other questions here. They talked about his brain surgery. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. All right, I'm a little disconnected from them now, I haven't watched him in a while. Been a little busy with my own life, but I like that. So Ruby, I guess see your second donation here. Your first, it's your first one actually. So we got you in there, and I got all your questions there. All right, very good. All right, and hey Marissa, good to see you. Hello, hello. I did get your PayPal. It just came through here, so we will get you on the list here too. All right, I think just oops, I just got another one here. Oh, I'm crunching on my cough drop here. I'm so sorry. All right. I think I'm done. It's like, you remember the old owl and the old owl, with the Tootsie Roll. How many licks does it take to get to the middle of a Tootsie Roll pop, right? 1, 2, 3, crunch. That's what I always think of when I'm crunching on my cough drop. All right. Oh, yeah, Netflix special. Very nice. We'll have to check them out, on there. All right. So, yeah, Marissa, I do see your second one there with no question. You'll do a follow-up question after the first reading. Okay, I gotcha. He needed to eat a sandwich. He was awfully skinny, skinny, skinny. I don't know if 30 pounds, but he was skinny. So, it's good that he put some meat on his bones. All right, well, I think I've got everyone on the list here. Um, we've got, on the free list, I have Lotus of Serendipity, we have Ashish, and then, of course, Butterfly. Hello, hello, good to see you. Thank you so much for all your help in the chat. We have Chelsea from earlier. We got I was gonna say Mae West. That's an old reference, wow. But we have Mae Wayne and Betty Jo. I got Betty Jo, and then Yugmur the First and Miniheel. So I got all the free readings on there. Um, so hello, everybody. He's a little chunky now. No judgment there. So up first, we'll have Lauren Smith, and then I have two for Sudeshna, and then Jojo, and then Ruby, your first one, and then Debbie O, and then Wicked Majesty, and then back to Ruby, and then two for Marissa is where we're at right now. Yeah, and I do have you on the free list there. Oh, it's down here. I'm so sorry. I had big spaces in between. It was below. So, yeah, after Lotus of Serendipity, I have you, Debbie, and then Blueberry after that. So thank you. I'm like, I knew I put you on there, but I just had too much space in between. All right. So thank you. Now I have it all fixed. Alrighty, so I think that is it. So we will dive in. Let's do a little cheers together. If you guys want to join me, I'm just so grateful for all your love and support, and that we're on this path together. And your thirst for seeking after spirit and for answers. And thank you for all the thumbs up, all the comments you guys make, all of those things, and of course attending these and watching them and my podcast, doing all that stuff helps my channel get in front of more people, which so you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the love and helping other people get messages from spirit too. So I'm so grateful for you guys, and I love you guys. Cheers, cheers to you. Yum, yum, yum. So I got my little mushroom coffee tonight night because I didn't get to it earlier. And it's got some yum, yum, zero sugar, coconut cream. I love coconut. Yum, yum. So, all right. So let's dive in. see what we got going on in the world today. So, up first, we do have Lauren Smith. So, Lauren, here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. And you wanted to know, is he seeing anyone else? Let's take a look here. So, are they like dating anyone, hanging with anyone, involved with anyone? We'll take any tea that we can get, right? All right. So I feel like those are it here. Yeah, doesn't seem to be. The bottom of the deck, we have the 9 of hearts, which is the 9 of cups. 9 of cups is the 9 energy of the hermit that's coming in. Does bring in kind of to themselves, seeking their self-love. So it doesn't seem like they're, seeing anyone else yet. We'll see what else we got here. So you got 2 cards, 1 card, 2 card. We'll do the middle one first here. Well, you got the Justice. Balancing right in the middle. So the Justice card is an energy of Libra energy. It is this, you know, seeking more about what they want from a relationship because Libra rules over the house of partnerships and kind of relationships in a way. Excuse me. So I do feel like they're in this kind of self-reflective mode a little bit, trying to gain clarity, see relationships from a higher perspective, cut away some expectations, small t truths. What are the stuff that I don't want? What is all this stuff that I feel pressured on that doesn't matter to me? I'm letting stuff go. So I feel like he's in the midst of that. On the side with the 2, we've got the 5 of spikes, which is the 5 of swords, and the 3 of scepters, the 3 of wands. I like this here. This is again the conflict between the head and the heart with the 5 of spikes, 5 of swords energy that's there. And the 3 of wands is with this new, this, like I was talking about with the Justice card, with this little fighting going back and forth, or balancing, getting rid of these small t truths of the mind, seeing things higher from the heart and higher, spiritual, unconditional love, point of view that this is them taking things in different directions than they would have in the past because they're letting go of all of that anchors that weigh them down now that they're feeling lighter and lighter and gaining more clarity on what they do want in relationships. It feels like they're going in a different direction than they normally would have. A healthier, more self-loving, um, you know. So I feel like all this is more reflective energy, and yeah, we got the King of Coins, which I do feel like they're really looking into uh, their worth, their self-worth with the King of Coins. And the 7 of Scepters, the 7 of Wands, is about being true to themselves, standing tall, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine, not hiding themselves, just being themselves. So all this energy, self, doesn't sound like they're seeing someone else. It seems like, they're really focused on themselves, right now. So I'm not getting any indication that they're, you know, involved with anyone else. Um, because if they're involved with you, then when they're not involved with you, they're focusing on me and my evolution kind of energy. So I like that. Let's see what else we have here. The caterpillar turning into the butterfly, right? For your fortune cookie, you've got creation. Yeah, I like that. What kind of life do they want to create? So the energy is you are a powerful creator. Your reality is shaped by your thoughts and actions. Channel your energy into creative expression or a passion project to strengthen your manifesting abilities. On the flip side of that, stagnation or overthinking may be slowing creation. Take inspired action now. That kind of feels like the energy more so right now that they're kind of in a little bit of a stagnation because they are doing probably a lot of overthinking, but they are definitely doing a lot of thinking, energy around relationships. So Hopefully that helps. What they have for you, Lauren. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Kat Mia, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. And I think that's all that has come in. So we'll move on. We have two for Sudeshna. So 2610 is first up. So Sudeshna, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. And let me give these a like too. I gave them a love. Let's see, we've got those. We have JoJo's, we got Rubies, and then I think I've liked all the other ones that I can like. All right, very good. So thank you again for those. And for your first question, so you and your family are thinking to go to Ranchi. Ranchi is that Ranchi? Next week for a few days. Will we be able to go? What energies are coming? All right, based on current energies, will you guys be able to go? All right, very good. And then will you, what energies are coming around that here? All right, we got those. I do want that one and that one. All right, let's see what we got here. Do you have the Eight of Spikes, the Eight of Swords? There is a little bit of, the Eight of Spikes usually has someone like blinded, like has a, you know, blindfold. What is that? What is that thing? The cloth around the eyes, blindfold. They're bound with, and they're in the middle of their thoughts and trapped a little bit. So there is a little bit of trying to get out of the restricting mindsets that make us feel, bound and blinded and restricted and small. So there is some of that underneath the surface to be looked at here. But overall, will most of you or all of you get to go? Let's take a look here. Oh, I got the Page of Coins. We have the Temperance. So you've got the Page of Pentacles, which is positive energy. It is a new opportunity. Temperance, though, there might be here, because Temperance is kind of like, alchemy, and then takes time, and then it turns, you might not be able to go next week. It might be like the week after. I feel like something comes up because this blinding and bounding and trapping energies coming in. So it might be delayed. It might not be like next week. It might be like the week after, because there's something that feels like comes in here that kind of holds a couple people back, and then everyone decides, well, if everyone can go the following week, let's just wait. And I feel like that's kind of what comes in is there's like a delay with that. When you're able to go, what energies are coming in here? Yeah, we got Knight of Spikes, which is the Knight of Swords. There is clarity, fast movement. Kind of feel like I feel like that's kind of in between your first question, will you be able to go, in this other one? Because I feel like this is more that you guys are gonna get clarity on who can go and who can't, and some other information of going, let's wait 1 week. And then everything falls into place within that. When you guys are able to go, then you have the Six of Coins, you have the Four of Scepters. I like it. Four of Wands is joy and celebration, a wonderful, joyful event. And the Six of Coins is this wonderful giving and receiving energy, very balanced, wonderful flow of energy there. And underneath the surface, we do have the Two of Spikes, the Two of Swords, which always brings it's always a great reminder for us, right? Because when we go, how is it going to go? What kind of energies are there? Um, you know, that power of story is such an amazing thing that when we realize that I'm the one that gets to determine how it's going to go for me, I'm going to create the story of what's unfolding and what it means, and is it going to be a high vibration choice or a low vibration choice? And I'm the one that's going to get to choose what kind of um, you know experience I have. Everyone else is gonna choose theirs. Some people, like, we might be choosing to like, "Oh my god, this is such an awesome time," and that someone else is like, "I don't like it here," And it's like, well, there you go, that's your story. Have fun with that. I'm gonna have a fun story and enjoy this wonderful adventure instead. So I like that. So the energies look very good though. It looks like it's easy to choose to, a happy story because there's a lot of joyful energy. There's a lot of giving and receiving equal energy there. So, but when we're determined as humans, if I'm determined to have a bad time, by golly, I'm going to have a bad time. And that's okay. There's no wrong or right. It just means, it doesn't mean I have to have a bad time with you. All right. And then your fortune cookie is intuition, which says your inner knowing is a direct link to manifestation. Listen to your deepest guidance. Follow your intuition today without overthinking and let your instincts guide you. On the flip side, external distractions may be drowning out your inner voices. Tune in and trust yourself. I like that. So that's what they have for number one there for you, Sudeshna. So thank you for that. And then let's go over here. And then for number two, we're at 3202. Here we are. Boom, boom. There we are. All right. Oops, let me get rid of this other thing here. So that's right. You live in a joint family, and your uncle's wife and their daughters are jealous of us and feel envy. All right. So we hear them talking bad about us also. Nice. That's always a wonderful experience. All right. And so we got these names of people, and then what is their problem with us? All right, so that's the main question. Let me just remove these so I can focus in on that. So, what's their main problem? Why do they hate us? We always extend love towards them. Will they ever understand our love or support? All right, so let's take a look here. So, what can we know about the core problem, the core issue? Okay, I think we've got these here. And I feel like that's kind of I feel like those are all together. What's the problem? Why do they feel this way towards us? And then will they ever understand our love or support towards them? All right. And then we have those here. Oh, yeah. One and three and one and three. In the middle, well, you do have the sun card. Beautiful phoenix. Look at that. Beautiful energy there. Rising from the ashes. So the sun card is a bright light, and it does bring in an energy of, it's a victory card, but it also shines the light into every area of our life, even into the dusty, cobwebby corners, that can come in there, and it's like, "Ooh," and there is a little bit of reflection energy that comes in, and so what they mean by that is when we're ever having any kind of challenges with anyone in the world, it's a reflection because we're looking in a mirror. So somewhere, whatever we're feeling from other people exists somewhere inside of us for ourselves, if not for the other people too, but always for ourselves somewhere here. So the problem, the hate, the envy, those energies, um, are in here toward ourself. And it's like we extend love and support, but there's something that's, well, we'll see with this coming up here, because I feel like in the second half, we'll kind of dive into that a little more, but it's about um, how does this reflect on how I feel, you know, um, it's not like, "Why do I hate myself?" But it's, "Where do I feel I'm falling short on the inside, and how am I not loving and supporting myself?" Uh, and that's why there's this conflict because we're seeing this mirror come back, and it's shaking us on the inside, and if I have a ton of self-love, those things won't bother me. I will understand that, a lot of what's going on inside of them is their own hate towards themselves, their trouble with themselves, the conflict that's going inside them is coming out. We just happen to be nearby, right? So when we are full of love and support for ourselves, we can realize, they have fears, and because they have fears, they're reflecting, and they go into that, you know, whenever our inner children feel unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, we go out of our minds, right? Our adult minds are gone. We become little children. The age of when we had our trauma that's being triggered within us has nothing to do with intentions toward those people. It's an expression of the pain we have from inside of us. So it's not against us, it's there. And kind of, will they ever understand our love or support? Not if they don't have self love and aren't supporting themselves on the inside. Anything from the outside world, right? We talk about we can't receive more love from the outside world than we love ourselves, we can't give love more to others than we have for ourselves. So my little emotional pipeline is like this big with self-love. Again, no matter how much I want to go out there, just drip, drip, and no matter how much love and support you guys give to them individually, this is going to be drip, drip. So they still feel that emptiness that's in there, right? So let's dive in here. Let's see what is the problem here. Yeah, we got the hanged man. There's this cocooning transformation energy that's coming in, and it does feel like they've got a lot of, this is both an internal transformation, but I feel like they've got a lot of stuff going on the outside as well. Yeah, we've got the death and rebirth energy. We have the 8 of coins. Again, here's another, like the hanged man, which is the transformation. And we've got temperance too. So it's interesting here that, all this growth, all this transformation that's happening, even originally when we started on the bottom with the phoenix rising from the ashes, right? There does seem to be this, you know, when we're living in a joint living situation, you know, we're all over each other's boundaries and stepping over things we don't realize we're stepping on toes. And, I kind of feel like there is a huge inner transformation with them, but I also feel like they want to do uh, they might not want to have such a close cocoon with everyone in the same place anymore. So, there is a little bit of an energy here of possibly, you know, not wanting to live in close quarters anymore, but also we can't, like, I don't think they can afford, and it seems impossible for them to be separate as well. And so there's a little bit of, resentment that can build up with that. And again, this is the resentment, like, I should have done better to where we can afford, to live and be separate and whatever. But, now we're in this situation. And so a lot of self-hatred, right, gets bubbles out and portrayed. A lot of lack of love for oneself or support for oneself and each other bubbles out as well, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that there. And then will they ever understand you guys' love and support? Yeah, we got the 4 of hearts, the 4 of cups. We got the 10 of heart, the 10 of cups. Here's oh my God, all this love that you guys give, the 6 of hearts, the 6 of cups. So all these even numbers do show that you guys are flooding love toward them. But the 9 of scepters, the 9 of wands, the barrier that keeps it all away. So they're just kind of confirming what we were talking about earlier about when they don't have a whole lot of self-love for themselves, even if you're flooding it, it's not getting into their heart. It stops out here because they only allow one drop at a time in kind of energy, right? So, what can you do with that? Just realize that, what they're saying, what they're doing, their actions aren't personal against you or your side of the family. It's an expression of what's going on inside of them. And all we can do is fill up inside of us and allow them to have the overflow. But not, ourselves give, 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 where we're drained and then we get resentful. It's like, no, we're just going to, continue to, be this beautiful bubble of love. And of course, if there's ever an opportunity to be off, because this isn't the first time you've asked this. I feel like there's been trouble brewing for months and months and months and months. Can be something of, is there an opportunity to move somewhere else and be separate, right? Um, Not out of hatred, but out of, you know what? Sometimes we grow so big that we're too much for one cave, right? We need to find another cave. And so that's a possibility there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here as. Yeah, we've got certainty, which says unwavering certainty aligns your energy with success. Doubt delays results. So visualize yourself already achieving your desire. Act with complete faith in the outcome. Because on the flip side, inner hesitation is blocking your path. Strengthen your trust through repetition and affirmation. I like it. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Sudeshna. Hang in there. And thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. All right. So let me take a look here. We did have a couple of people come in, so I'm gonna just do a couple shout outs and we'll jump back into the readings here. So we've got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Get you on the free list here. And I did get your 2 donations via the PayPal. So let me get you on that list here. All right. And then we have Ruby Camellia. Hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. All right. All right, and I think that is everyone. So we will dive back in. Let me take a quick sip here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So up next, we got JoJo. So JoJo, thank you so much for your donation. There is your timestamp, and you might be sleeping, you might be awake. We just never know. Sometimes you're nocturnal, and sometimes you need your rest. And so I wanted to know, why were you so off today? You felt dizzy and just off. You also had an interesting dream. Ooh, how fun. All right, let's take a look here. Why were you feeling off today? What can we know about this here? That one and that one too. All right. So yeah, I got the 2 of Pentacles, 2 of Coins, they call it here, on the bottom here. And this is an interesting need to balance your body, because the coins, the pentacles, is your physical body. Underneath it, you have the 10 of pentacles too, which feels like your physical life feels a bit full. It's just like, wow. But it's like your body feels drained. It's like it's a 10 can be, of course, it's a wonderful harvest kind of energy, but with this kind of combo and the energy I'm picking up, it's kind of like there's this, your body's just tired. It just needs a vacation and just needs to have rest, true rest. And something's been going on. Let's see what these other cards are here, because I feel like something's been happening where you're not feeling safe, like your inner child isn't feeling safe, so it can't go into deep, really restful, rejuvenating sleep. So let's see what we can find out about that here. Yeah, we do have here, we've got the Leo energy with the Strength card and the Page of Hearts. There's something coming in here about, I need to be strong even when I don't have the strength. And that's where, when we keep going and we keep expending more of our physical, emotional energy with that page of hearts. I feel like it's almost like because the page has gone to an 11, it's like, well, I don't know if they're reminding me of, a vehicle that, has a gas tank that, on the little indicator, even when you get down to empty, when it's like, "I'm empty," it still allows you 30 more miles, like, to get to a gas station. But when the little indicator light goes off and we're at empty, it's like, "Don't panic, you have 30 miles to get to a gas station, so get one," right? But I feel like you're like, you got that indicator, like, a week ago, and you're still going, and it's like your body's running out of energy, and it needs that rejuvenation kind of energy that's there. You need to take a rest, you need to take time for yourself, you need to, cut back on activities a little bit and just sit out in nature. You don't even have to go walking or whatever, but get your feet grounded in nature, sit, be still, sit in the sun, maybe go swim or sit in a nice watery pool or hot springs or something if you have something that you can do with that. It just needs to be sitting and resting, rejuvenating, but connecting with Mother Nature in the process, but not activity, because it feels like your body needs rest and to recover here. Yeah, you've got the 10 of scepters. Here's the 10 of wands. There's a big extension of energy, and the 3 of spikes, the 3 of swords, which is it's like there's this lot of energy being invested to avoid disappointment. And I can't not, I can't fail, I can't appear weak, I can't, be, um, I don't know, just be seen as not hitting all the stuff that's supposed to be hit. Sometimes it's like, I can't, I don't have the strength. I need rest. I need to take a day off. I need to do this. I need to do that, kind of energy. And you have the 5 of hearts. So you got the 5 of cups, and underneath that, the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. So the 5 of cups, this is an necessity to be able to feel some lower vibrational emotion so you can transmute it. And that's with this Ace of Pentacles. Then you feel all right, I feel full again. I've got uh, a new life. That's funny. They're showing me a video game where, it's like, that one, I just need to let go. I'm fighting, fighting, fighting to keep this, thing alive, whatever the character is. And um they're showing me Pac-Man of all things. I used to play Pac-Man when I was a young lad. And you can see how many lives you had up there. And if you were getting in this, they're all trapping you and okay, here it comes. There's no way, there's no escape. I just need to sit and here they come. And that turn ends, but that's okay. I needed the rest. I needed to regroup myself. And now I'm ready for the next life, the next game, the next startup, kind of energy. This doesn't mean ending your life or anything like that. This is just, I need to end this chapter and take a breath and then start back onto refreshed into a new chapter. So I feel like that is kind of what needs to be done here. Of course, I'm no licensed medical professional. If you are feeling dizzy and things, I know you hit your head the other week on your bike, right? Hopefully you went to the doctor, got checked out, make sure. I'm sure by now you'd have known if you had a concussion. But take everything with a grain of salt and always consult professionals for making big decisions for your life, right? And then I wonder what the dream, interesting dream, if that resonates with any of those things. They're showing me a video, an old video. I mean, this is back in probably the 80s, because there was a song that was like, "Hey, don't come around here no more." And in the video, the music video, they had someone that was, in the form of a cake, and people were taking pieces of the cake. So they were taking their body was made of cake, and they were taking pieces of it. And that's what they're showing me in my head, that it was kind of an interesting dream of, like, your physical body is being worn and being taken kind of energy. That's funny. So I wonder what your dreams are probably fun, I know. And then you have your fortune cookie is conviction, which says unshakable belief in your truth fuels manifestation. Stand firm in your vision. Affirm your desires with confidence. Speak and act as if your goal is already yours. On the flip side, doubt may be weakening your manifestation. Rebuild your belief by reinforcing positive thoughts. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So we'll continue here in a momentito. We do have Olivier in the house. Hey, hello, my beautiful friend. Blessed Saturday to you too. Always good seeing you. Let's grab your question here. We'll get you on the free list here. So welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. All right. So where we're at, just so everyone knows, since I added some people, we have Ruby up next, Ruby Grimm, and then we've got Debbie O, and then Wicked Majesty Tarot, then back to Ruby Grimm, and then to Marissa times two, and then Maria P times two is where we're at in donations. All right. All right. So Ruby Grimm, we got 5233 for your first one here. Here is your timestamp. And so, why did you have that weird dream about your former therapist calling and crashing out, saying if I didn't get back on her books, she was going to get in trouble? You stopped going because ultimately you didn't think it was a good fit, and something about her kind of rubbed you the wrong way. All right, how funny. If you don't get back on my books, I'm going to be in trouble. All right, let's take a look here. What was this dream about? Aren't dreams amazing? A lot of times dreams are about us. They're not about what's going on outside of us. A lot of times we'll bring in a lot of different characters to represent roles in our life for us to work through feelings, and we'll create safe characters that are we won't freak out a whole lot about. Um, we'll usually pick safer people, or characters that represent the feeling that we're wanting to process and kind of work through, which is what I feel here. I don't feel like this is, I haven't seen the cards yet. They're just giving me the cards, but we'll see what is underneath here and find out what's going on. All right. So you have the 7 of coins. We have the 7 of pentacles on the bottom. It's an interesting energy because the 7 of pentacles, one of the energies is, this, um, when we start to see the fruit of something, we're like, that's not what I want. And it's about making a different choice than what we're going down the road, right? So it's the apple orchard. Oh, I realized I did that for everyone else, because they wanted apple fritters and apple pie and apple cider, apple juice, blah blah blah. But I want avocados because I want guacamole. So I'm changing things to go in the direction that I want, right? Do you have this online anxiety about getting in trouble for leaving the practice something? No, and we'll see here if there's something to regard that here. I feel like this energy feels like kind of the same energy as like she represents. I feel like something isn't a good fit in my life, and I want to go a different direction, but you feel that if you do, and you don't stick with the one that you feel kind of stuck with, that um, you feel like you'll get in trouble, that there will be trouble that will happen. Because I feel like it's you feel you'll get in trouble if you choose differently. I feel like And this isn't about the therapist, this is about something else going on in your life. Let's see what these other cards are here since that's the bottom of the deck here. Yep, yeah. You got the Queen of Hearts, here again, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups, and you got the Two of Spikes, the decision making, like, I've got a decision to make. My heart wants to go a different direction with something, but I'm afraid to go the other direction because 'cause I'm afraid of the fallout if I do. It's like you're afraid what someone will think if you decide to go a different direction, whether it's a lawyer. I don't feel like this is a relationship. I feel like you're happy in your, like, romantic relationship. This feels more like a lawyer, like, "Oh, you know what? I don't feel like it's a good fit. I wanna change, but I don't wanna hurt myself," or, you know, something like that, right? Oh, wow. Let's see what else is here. You got the Justice card. Well, there you go, Justice card, and the Six of Hearts, the Six of Cups. Well, I do feel like it has to do with the court because you have the Justice card right there, and the Six of Cups. It does feel like this has something to do with um, the because you have a child custody thing in the court, right? Because you got children court kind of energy coming in here. Yeah. So I feel like there is something here about, you know, the child court case. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, Leo, the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, again, there's this I want the courage to choose what I want with the 9 of Pentacles, not go with what everyone else is telling me to do. And then that can be, like you're saying that I've had to change myself because everyone else wants me to act some differently. Um, and you feel like you'll get in trouble if you don't, do these things. But the and so whatever resonates for you within these, but yeah, you have the 3 of Hearts, which is joy, energy, being true, and somehow it's not the 3 of Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self. Um, yeah, and this is this joy, joy, joy energy followed by the Ace of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands energy. That's here. The Queen of Wands is about, being bright, fire energy and being yourself and the opportunity here. And yeah, and this could be that if you feel that this does have to do with you shrinking and having to dim your light to be someone else, it's like you're beating yourself up for not having the courage to be like, "I gotta be me. I don't care. I'm not gonna shrink and pretend. I'm gonna be me, and you guys need to deal with just accepting me," right? It's almost like your inner child, right? It had to suppress itself, and in your life, you were like, "I wanna be me," and, um, and you became comfortable in being who you were, but now suddenly there's someone telling you that you're not, enough, right? Um, your former therapist calling in and crashing out saying if you didn't get back on her book, she was going to get in trouble. Yeah, and I feel like there might be here a little bit too energy of you're concerned that, um, if you don't if you don't follow what, um, the people in authority are saying, like a therapist, a lawyer, whoever, if I don't follow their advice, then I get in trouble because I don't feel like they'll get in trouble. I feel like that energy it's a fear you're wanting to face, and that's what it's pointing, um, trying to point it to someone else that they're saying this, but it's you saying it to yourself kind of energy. Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, you've changed out of fear of losing in court and losing your child, right? So, um, so that's the what's really below the surface, right? So, you know, is she mad? If I am, you guys better watch it. But I feel like that's a lot of what's coming in here is this. I want to return to my former self because if I don't, then I feel like I'm in trouble. And, that's the underlying energy, that comes in here is realize this is you, right? Yeah. So this feels like a way that they're bringing it up for you to kind of face it there. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Yeah, and you've got this awakening fortune cookie here, which says, you are stepping into higher awareness. A deep spiritual awakening is unfolding. Spend time in reflection or meditation to tune in to your inner wisdom and new insights. On the flip side, it says fear of change may be keeping you asleep to your true potential. Embrace the awakening process. Yeah, so this is good. It's good energy to sit with and, understand, oh, okay, that and I like this. Once you have the joy, once you have the celebration, then the Queen of Wands gets to return to herself, and then you have the Ace of Pentacles, right? So it's after the victory, then you can just know that you can arise even as you don't necessarily have to go back to who you were before because you can't go back because you're changing and evolving anyway. But the pieces of you that are important that you want to introduce back, you can after the battle is over, right? So that's interesting that they brought it in that way. All right. So thank you for that donation. We'll circle back around. We've got two more people in between, but we'll circle back around for your second one here in a moment. Yay. I know, right? Phew. All right. And then Debbie O, we got 10311 for yours. And thank you again for your donation. Here it is. And you want to know what's next for you while in California, right? Let's see here. Based on your current energies, what's coming your way here? You got one, two, three, four. And I do want this one. I do want this one. And I do want this one. All right. What do we got here? Yeah, I do feel here you've got the Ace of Spikes, the Ace of Swords on the bottom of the deck here, which can be either clarity and or new conversation, new conversation erupting here. We'll see what this is about here. Here, hey, hey, good to see you. So you've got the Seven of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune. So we have the Seven of Pentacles, and of course, the Wheel of Fortune is something is happening here. I feel like there's a delay or a change of plans, like something is going to not take too long, but it's like the fruit of something. It's like, well, I thought I wanted to do this, but now I can't. Um, I have to wait, like 2 or 3 days to be able to do whatever this thing is. And whatever this delay that comes in here, that something has to be pushed back if, a day or 2 or whatever, it actually is for you with the Wheel of Fortune. So if something that you're wanting to do isn't able to be done or it has to be pushed back, just know it's for you and realize, okay, I can trust that it's okay. That's what happens. They're reminding me of a lot of stories about my life today. They're just like, "Here, give that example." I was, up at a hot springs somewhere. This was like, gosh, with X number 3. Yeah, and they were getting 'em a we went for a hike, and when we were going back, we had a scheduled a massage for them, and I was gonna do a past life regression session. But I was like, they're like, "Are you excited about it?" And I go, I have a feeling it's gonna be canceled." I said, "But I know that if 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 it gets canceled, I know it's because it's not time for me to do that yet. And sure enough, I got back from the hike, and on the hotel room door was a sticky note saying my session was canceled because the person had a family emergency and she had to leave. And I was like, "There you go." And so it's that thing, is like we know that all right, there we go. So I feel like that is something to be aware of. And then you have this thing here. You've got the 8 of coins, the page of wands. So 8 of coins, 8 of pentacles, which is about transformation, energy, and the page of wands energy as well, which is kind of like a spiritual upgrade, a spiritual download that comes in here. And I feel like that is something that's coming up here for you. I don't know if you're going to do a procedure with someone or if it's just doing something on your own, but I do feel like something is coming here for you where you feel a switch and a shift in your transformation, and you feel like your energy expanding in your like your spiritual energy expanding. So I do feel like you have something like that that does happen here. And then the third thing, you do have the 4 of spikes, the 9 of coins. I like this. Here's some alone time for you. 9 of pentacles energy, and the 4 of spikes is rest and relaxation. Maybe you need maybe you need a day to yourself or a half day to yourself. You do have the 5 of coins, 5 of pentacles. Yeah, it's an interesting energy here because I feel like you learn something with this 5 of pentacles, which is um because it's the energy of lack, feeling left behind, left out in the cold, kind of energy, abandonment, right? And when we sit in, when we think it's humans that bring us what we need in each moment, that's where we experience abandonment. Because when they feel unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, they withdraw survival mode, right? I need all my toys. You don't get any. No, I need that too. And you're like, I feel like I'm left with nothing. But when we realize it's creator, it's the universe source that brings us what we need in each moment, not humans, even though it comes through humans, right? Humans will be the delivery, humans will be the hands that bring it. Um, it's the creator that brings it. And when we have that switch, we can sit in that comfort knowing that I will always have enough for what I need in each moment. And I like that. I feel like um, you might have this day or half a day or something. You're sleepy now, like right now, for the rest of the night, going, you know what? I'm just going to go rest, everybody. I'm going to have some me time. And maybe it's after your healing, like you said with your friend, you might just need a little bit of, hey, everybody, I want to be able to process this and absorb it. Do you mind if I just take the car and, go over to or go to the beach, and I'm gonna go sit at the beach and just let Mother Earth just, bring all this emotional flow of energy. I'm just gonna connect. And it can be, but I feel like it's that switch that kinda comes in. So, I like those for you. And then you are the final one here for the law of attraction, which is surrender and a beautiful feather. I feel like you're gonna get a gift of a feather if you haven't got one already. I feel like there's gonna be one on the beach, or you're going to see one somewhere, or it's something that happens with the healing that you get. But I feel like a feather is going to be an important thing on your trip as well, on the remainder of your trip. It says letting go is the key to freedom. Release attachment and trust the process. Surrender control today. Trust that what is meant for you will come effortlessly. I like it. On the flip side, holding on too tightly may be causing resistance. Loosen your grip and allow things to flow. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. And of course, we'll circle back around for your fortune cookie not your fortune cookie, for your free reading here in a moment. I'm playing with the fortune cookies right now, moving in the new deck. Yes, there you go. Boom. So I feel like that's a good grounding, connecting to mother energy. And then you'll have had your feet in both oceans if you haven't already had that before. You have your feet in the sand, one foot on it's the Gulf of Mexico, I know, but and then the other one in the Pacific. All right. So many blessings, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. I'm happy for your wonderful adventures you got here. So many blessings. Cheers, cheers. You're very welcome. Hey, Moonlight, you're out driving again in the middle of the night, but here anyway. Well, don't fall asleep. Don't let my soothing voice make you too sleepy. But good to see you. Oh, thank you so much. I see your donation. Be careful driving. We'll get you on here. So I got that love and that like. We got here too. Oh yeah. And let me just do some shout outs here. We had some more people come in since we started there. Oh my gosh. We already jumped to Debbie. So we do have, is that Iman? Hey, Iman. Good to see you. And I'll get you on the donation list here too in the proper place here. And whoops. There we go. So I'll give that a love and a like there too. I didn't miss anyone else, did I? No. Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't skip anyone. Yep. So we got Thu, and then there was Ruby. We did that. There's all Deb, and then Moonlight. Yep. So we are good. All right. So for donations, we've got Wicked Majesty Tarot up next, and then Ruby, and then Marissa times 2, Maria times 2, and then Iman, and then Moonlight Summer after that. So that is where we be at. So we got Wicked Majesty Tarot up 11302. I like it. So thank you so much for your donation. Good to see you, Esmeralda. Hello, hello. So you want to know what life entails for the next years. All right, let's dive in and see what's the important things here. What are the things that are coming here? I feel like they want to tell me the things that are based on, because our future constantly changes, right, based on our moment to moment choices. But sometimes, like, it doesn't matter, like, it's not that it's fated, it's just that with all of our choices, we're in this trajectory. There's certain things that will happen, just a matter of time. um Unless you make, like, a significant, like, life-altering, huge change, then these may not be, but, they're like, for the most part, these feel safe that these will unfold, if that makes sense. So, we'll check into these. I feel like there's, like, 3 big ones, is what they were showing me. So we got 1 and 2 and 3, and then what are the deets? About them under the surface here. So we've got, oh, that's for that one. That's for that one. That's for that one. These are 2 for that one. And that one for that one. All right. And then this one overall as well. All right. What are these about? Okay. Well, they're both, this makes sense. So the bottom of the deck and then the special card for the overall, under the bottom of the deck, you have the King of Spikes. You're going to live forever as a vampire. I know, right? I wish. Oh my gosh. But no, that's the King of Spikes, the King of Swords, and you got the Knight of Spikes, the Knight of Swords. So definitely, these next few years, there's a lot of knowledge gleaned, a lot of study, a lot of connecting with the mind, because the King of Swords rules over the pseudo mind with the Queen, but the kings also get a second portion of swords, which makes this one the master of stories, of connections to the mind. And I'm getting something in here. I don't know if you're interested in, like, writing a book or, um, blogging. It's some sort of writing and communication, but it feels written, not like video kind of energy. It feels like something writing and maybe even getting something published or self-publishing. But it is about sharing wisdom, it feels, and that's a big kind of undertow of connecting and learning and downloading a lot of information from above and being able to communicate it in what way feels, most for you here. So that's underlying. The first event that it talks about here is you have the Knight of Coins. So this is a quest for self-worth, energy. It's been a slow process like us all, right? And I feel like, you've got a lot of, yeah, you got a lot of wisdom. You even got the Hierophant. Again, the teacher-student energy and the Six of Scepters, the Six of Wands, this victory, and it looks like this is Capricorn energy here, which is all of the mind. It has mental energy. It's an earth energy, earth sign, but, we've got this, and you've got, the Hierophant is also Taurus energy, I do believe. So we've got this, grounded energy, a grounding of your self-worth over these next coming, years, even more so than you've done already. But I do feel here with that teacher-student energy of the Hierophant, sharing the wisdom is what brings the victory energy, which I feel like if you're wanting to share through creating an online course or through a book, or if you wanna teach, I mean, if you feel comfortable teaching in person, I feel like that's a big piece, even if it's one-on-one. It can be teaching doesn't have to be in front of large people. It could be a spiritual life counselor, kind of energy if that comes in. But I do feel like you have this great gift of how they wanna present it is studying life and putting it in words that others can absorb. It's like you're taking it's funny that they're bringing in like an elephant and you're breaking it down so they can take little parts. That's how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. But you're able to give tidbits, and then people are able to, absorb it. So I like that for you. Another big thing coming for you, you got the 4 of coins, 4 of pentacles. I do feel like there's something to do with residence and location of where you live here with the 4 of coins. Let's see what's going in here. You have the 5 of coins and the Knight of Scepters. I feel like one of the first things that comes in with the Knight of Scepters, this is the quest of stepping into your power and the transformation of this underlying belief in lack. Like, I can't afford that, or I can't do that. I can't move there. I can't change places. I'm stuck. It's like this is the energy that you have been looking at and been transforming. And because of that, that is what brings you, yeah, the ability to transform. You have the 8 of coins, the 8 of cups, not 8 of cups, 8 of pentacles. I was looking at because we have the 10 of cups, your heart full of joy, and also the page of hearts. Yeah, the 10 and the page of hearts. So it's like you're able to move somewhere and go somewhere, kind of relocate in a way, kind of energy that's coming in here. Kind of like a caterpillar that's like, I can't do that because I'm a caterpillar. Migrate 1,000 miles? There's no way I can do that. I can't afford that. I would have to take a bus, and caterpillars can't afford buses. I have to walk. But then when you transform into a butterfly, you can do that. Easy breezy. Psh, I head over there. So I like this energy here for you because I do feel like it is your desire to be somewhere else, but you're not trying to run away from somewhere, you're being drawn somewhere that your heart is just like, "Oh god, that would be like if I could live there." Wow, and it's possible. Just changing that mentality and stepping out of the fears of lack, of not having enough, not being enough, to where, because a caterpillar doesn't believe that it can fly until you sprout your wings through that transformation, and then you can. So I like this for you. And then number 3, you have the Queen of Spikes, the Queen of Swords, which is a beautiful balance between head and heart. This is bringing in, I had a feeling we were going to have like someone appear in your life too. So if you're looking to have someone special in your life, whether it's a best friend or if it's looking for romance, the Queen of Swords is a beautiful balance between head and heart. It's someone very compatible, someone that just communicates the way you like to communicate and they like how you communicate, but they're not so much in their head, they don't know what an emotion is. If they're not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable, it's a beautiful balance, which is a wonderful compatibility energy that comes in. Underneath that, you do have the 3 of coins. Yeah, and this is about you being true to your authentic self. And this is finding your tribe, finding um, your group, your collaborative group. There's, individuals that come in here too. And you have the 6 of coins too, the 6 of pentacles energy here, this equal giving and receiving energy. So I do feel like, you do have that in the cards. Those things are on your pathway. If you continue in this direction of your life right now. And so I do feel like you do have this very important person, special person. It might even start off as a great friendship in the beginning that transforms into best friend sleeping over, if that's what you're looking for, where you're like, wow, this person's my best friend and we're in a relationship, you know, kind of energy that comes in. And this wonderful equal giving and receiving again with the 6 of Pentacles, this beautiful balancing energy, not a codependent, energy where you're overgiving, overgiving, overgiving. But can you imagine a relationship with 2 adults going into it and both just equally giving and receiving to one another? I know, faint. What is that? Wow. But I love this for you. So I feel like those are 3 big things that are coming your way. Um, and those are more sooner than later kind of energies. Because of course, you have more down the road, significant things, but I feel like those are the kind of the things you needed confirmation on and clarity on. So I like those for you. And then we also have a fortune cookie for you because your donation was $5 or more. You do get one of these Whispers of Healing Oracle. So let's see what this is here for you. So what else? Whoa, right? What else for Esmeralda? It's like drop everything. Here we go. So we've got Reawaken. Look, and there's the butterfly wings. Here we go. Card number 7, if that's significant for you, that number 7, it's really standing out too. Says you've been suppressing a part of yourself. This card is granting you the opportunity to heal self-judgment or embrace any hidden aspects of your nature. The primary relationship you have with yourself was formed in infancy. Your relationship with your present self developed on that foundation and adjusted based on experience and observation of the wider world. Become aware of your inner child. Be willing to consciously communicate with the child that is within you. Listen to how your inner child feels. It is imperative to realize that others cannot meet your unfulfilled needs. Take responsibility for your happiness. It is up to you to satisfy your heart's desire. Work on healing any buried hurts you have been carrying with you. You may be unaware of where your emotional pain stems from. This is a gentle prompt for you to determine the cause of your pain. If necessary, seek support in getting to the root of your issues. And on the card here, a ray of sunlight um, on a resting fairy highlights the importance of inner healing. The wings of a fairy usually stand for liberation or freedom. The daisies that surround the fairy represent purity and innocence. This imagery is addressing the innocence that lies within you. The spider web in the foreground is symbolic of the choices you are making and the network of support available to you. Talked about both of those things. Trust that deep healing is possible. You'll be able to move on from this place once you let go of your hidden hurt. And we talked about that too. Were those all the things? We talked about the web. We talked about the network of support with finding your tribe, and then also movement, right? So, anyway, that is what they have for me. They're a beautiful, beautiful card. And yeah, there's the spider web right there. So, thank you again so much for your donation, and exciting adventures await. All right. So let's take a quick look here. All right. There we go. I see your question for your donation, Moonlight. We'll get that added. And then for your free reading, we'll get you on the free reading list as well. All righty. Let me just take another quick sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So we are to Ruby 127.33. Wow, we had 52.33 and now we're 127.33. So 3-3 energy happening there for you. Creation, Empress energy. So you wanted to know, why were you feeling weird and off? Oh, Jojo had that too. And emotional last night. Kind of just needed sensory deprivation and couldn't settle down. All right, let's take a look here. We do have a new moon in Gemini tomorrow. Just saying. So sometimes new moon energy and full moon energy can, get us, especially if it's an air moon, which Gemini, right, can get us a lot of thinking, and in our head, and then triggering the emotional stories that go with all that stuff that's triggering in our head. But let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know? What was the feeling weird about and emotional? And anything else? This one here. All right. Well, okay. Well, it does make sense here. You were with the 5 of Cups, the 5 of Hearts. There were emotions that were churning and spinning there because there was the need to move some emotion from lower vibration to higher vibration. And it did feel like I'm hearing that you need a good cry to process and release some emotions that you've stuffed down. Because crying is amazing, crying is healing, and we're taught as a child, right? "Don't cry, or I'll give you something to cry about," or quit your anger too, right? The 2 emotions that we are not, encouraged to most of us are not encouraged to, express is sadness and anger, right? Those are the 3. Sadness, anger, and then happiness and joy. We're allowed to laugh and happy and be a happy child, because to parents, that means I'm a good parent because my child's happy. But if we're sad or angry, then that means bad parent because your child's not having a happy, perfect life. So they tell us, "Don't express those because that means something about me." So suppress. And then we don't, learn how to cry freely and let our emotions flow. We check them, and we only cry in the middle of a forest with no one around, or in our, bathroom, or, in the shower, somewhere where we have privacy where we won't get interrupted. That's all right. Tears are healing. Tears help us process and release. It's funny that they actually tested tears from emotional crying and release versus tears that come from when someone's laughing so much and or feeling so good, and there's actually different, um, hormones or different, elements in tears of sadness versus tears of joy. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, so they do happen for a reason. I think there's something like whatever the happy I think it's the happy hormone is in the sad tears. I might be wrong on that, but you can Google it. It's good to, to look into that, but it's to help us relax, So I like that. Let's see here. Yeah, you have the 4 of coins, the ace of coins that are coming in here. Why were you feeling weird and feeling off here? So there is this has to do with self-worth energy. The 4 of coins we talk about a lot, which, is that, we're taught to define our worth by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever statuses and situations, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But all those things are unstable. And so when any of those are unstable, they're pointing us back to us, right? It's inward and upward is where we find the pricelessness of who we are. But all those things, the instability and the temporary rariness of it is, you know, is what makes us unsettled and it pushes us back, to here, right? Um, and the Ace of Coins is the Ace of Pentacles. That is kind of the representation of our self-worth. So I feel like there was something going on about defining yourself by the outside world. And that's where this, feeling weird and off, it had to do with, I don't feel like myself. I feel like I'm trying to define myself and attach my worth to these things in the outside world, and it just doesn't feel right. It feels unstable, it feels fickle kind of energy. Let's see, that's so insightful about children, though. I wasn't allowed to express any emotion as a kid, teen, except walking around with a smile plastered on our faces. But if we smiled, like we were told, we got interrogated with demands to know why we were smiling. Oh, because it wasn't just a smile, it was like a "I'm up to something" smile. It's like, "That smile looks too real. That's not a fake smile. Why are you smiling? What have you done?" Busted." Wow. What an adventure, right? Bet your inner emotional child would love, love, love to have you embrace it and allow it to express everything that it wants to express without harming yourself or others. Caveat to that. Um, and then let's see here. What was the emotional about here? Yeah, here's the King of Coins, which refers back to the Four of Coins. There's a lot to do with the physical world here. Yeah, and it does feel here we've got the Six of Cups, Six of Hearts, which is having to do with child energy, and the Hanged Man transformation energy. I feel like is this when you had the dream last night too? Because I feel like the emotions you were feeling and everything bubbling up, that they came through in the dream as well. Because it feels like there's a lot of this, how you're defining yourself and how you're not being true to yourself, and um, the fears of, you know, um, you know, that to lose my child, and to something about security and protecting your child too. And but there's a big transformational energies that are coming in here. And so this is definitely part of that, movement of all that stuff. Yeah, and you're the King of Spikes, the King of Swords. And I like this because the King of Swords is the master storyteller, and I feel here that this is such an important time for you to realize that you are the one that gets to decide what things mean for you. Everyone is gonna have their opinion. Everyone is gonna have their, you know, "Oh, that means this about you and the world and whatever," and you're like, "Well, that's good. You can believe that. That's your story to tell yourself, not mine," kind of energy. So I feel like this had a lot to do with this movement and transformation of letting a lot of old stuff go, and stepping into this ability that you get to choose what everything means, and everyone else gets to choose what it means for them. And I like that, right? Oh, he went back to that's where like, oh, okay, yeah. That was a big part of it, right? Yeah, let's see what your fortune cookie. You'll be the first one up for angel signs. We got this beautiful, since we finished out that other deck, we're moving into this one for the fortune cookies. Let's see what this one brings in for you too. All right, this one here, they say. And you have, look at this. This is on the back of them all. It's beautiful. There, and you got doubt, which says, in times of doubt, there is clarity to be found within you. Sometimes you already know the answer, but the truth can be difficult to accept. I like that. So, and I feel like it's important to understand your doubts and the story that you have around the doubts. Like, what is the fear? Like, I'm afraid, this thing will happen. And why are we afraid? Well, because what if I lose my son? And like, you know, because that's one of your big, big, big fears, right? What if for some reason I go, you're unfit compared to Cracker Barrel over there, which would be a big if. But if it did, what are we fearing? And we're like, you know what? I would live. I would be. I may not be fine, right? But I would live. Things would happen. Eventually, they'll be 18 and or 16, where they can leave home, and then they would seek me out. Um, it's not for forever. I will, even if for the rest of this life of my life, I wouldn't see him. I'm going to see him on the other side. But it's like when we get to the root of the fears, then it's not a secret anymore, because when we keep our fears in the dark, they seem so much bigger than they are. When we bring them out to the light, we see it for the small. It's much smaller than when we keep it hidden deep inside, right? So, I feel like that's important. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I am grateful. All right. So, and then did you have a I think you had did you have a free reading? Yeah. Oh, no, that's a different Ruby. I was like, I see a Ruby, but that's not you. So I don't think I saw a free reading for you yet. So just in case you put one out there, I don't have one on the list, but so you still have a free reading if you want to throw that out there. All right. Up next, we have Marissa. Hey, Marissa. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. So here is for number one here. So you want to know, are they in a relationship with April? Right. So based on current energies, we'll do that like. All right, let's see here. Are they in a relationship? And what's all this posting of stuff? All right. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Swords energy, which is a change of mindset, which is a movement energy. We'll see what that's about here. Because are they in a relationship? We got the 10 of hearts, the 10 of cups, which is relationship energy. And we have the Knight of coins, Knight of pentacles, which is the slowest moving night out of them all. And I feel like they're in some sort of a relationship, but I feel like this Knight of Pentacles is like a very slow moving, like it's a stepping away, and that's we talk about, you know, A's pattern, right? It's like they kind of move out from one and start moving into the other, and they kind of have one foot in one door and trying to put another foot in another door, right? Yeah. He talks like he wants you, and he talks to them like they want them too. And then, you know, eventually they move one foot where both feet are in one place for a moment, and then they start moving another foot into another place and start telling the other one that they want them while they're still telling you, and then they move there, and then they go like this. So they're always kind of like hopping, two-stepping, right, and doing this kind of dance, kind of energy. So I feel like they're technically still in a relationship, but only one foot is there because 'cause they're looking to put their other foot somewhere else, which is their pattern. Let's see what else we have here. We've got the 5 of spikes, yeah. So that's that inner conflict that they have here too, conflict between their head and their heart. That's always coming up. Yeah, and the 5 energy of stepping stones, which is kind of what they're doing. Stepping, 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 stepping. And we got the Hierophant, the master of stepping stone energy, that's coming in here. And let's see what these other 2 cards are here. And we got the King of Coins. Yeah, they're searching for their security. They're searching for, 2 of Hearts, 2 of Cups energy here. And it's almost like don't put all your eggs in one basket kind of energy in their head, but it's, always have your foot being able to go, in a different direction, or be able to have you know, uh, another, don't fully commit into one space. Always have an alternate, because then you won't be left out alone kind of energy. So it kind of feels like that's the energy there. So I feel like she believes they're in a relationship, and because he tells her they're in a relationship, but it's only kind of half-heartedly there, only halfway there, right? And is that what you experience? It's something to I'm not asking you to answer that. That's for your reflection. Is is that how I feel? And how does that feel similar to what's going on over there, right? And how many others feel that way when he's stepping, 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 right? Hmm, interesting. So if you want to put your second question out there, or whenever you'd like, I'll go on to the second one here in a moment. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one here. Yeah, miracles. Yeah, 777. It says, what once felt unreachable is now entering your field of reality. Stay in your frequency of trust and expect to witness the extraordinary made real. It would be a miracle for them to choose you, right? But I feel like that is so much more than just them, right? All right, so that is for your first one there. And we'll go into that second one there. Let me just grab Ruby's additional donations. Thank you, Ruby. I see her. Oh, the grandpas. Here we go. Let me try that again. There we go. So I'll get that one in there and this one as well. Oops. So we'll give those a love and a like there. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And we'll grab your extra one there too whenever you put your question out there, Ruby. Thank you so much for all your donations. All righty. So, Marissa, for your second one, we got 1:45:55 here. Here's your timestamp there. So, does Alshon want to be with you? And only you, right? That's what kind of we're wanting to know is, I mean, I feel like they always want to be with, each person, but not exclusively 100% all the time, right? So I feel like you're wanting to kind of know, wait a minute, well, they do want to be with you, but they also want to be with them. And then when they leave April completely in the other foot, then there's someone else they also want to be with because they have that inner issue of not having a lot of self-love. So, they don't feel like they can, um, you know, be in that solely committed to one person, right? Because it's too scary, right? Let's see here. Miracles, like I said, miracles happen. Let's see what comes in here. So, does he want to be with you? Well, let's ask first. Does he want to be with you? And then, does he want to be with you exclusively? And then, is he capable of it? That's the other thing, right? We'll look at all of it, right? Yeah. Bottom of the deck, we do have the four of coins. And interesting that we have the four of hearts under there too, which, four of pentacles is the energy of self-worth and trying to define themselves by the outside world and feeling shaky and unstable because of that. And the four of hearts, the four of cups is an energy like I was talking about of where they just kind of feel no matter what they try to fill from the outside world, they feel empty. They feel kind of stagnant because they're not feeling what they're wanting to feel, which they can only feel from themselves. Like all of us, we can't find the love we're looking for out there because the love we're looking for is our self-love. Once we find that, we're feeling overflowing. We got these amazing relationships with people in the outside world because it's above and beyond extra. We're not going, "Oh God, why are they not making me feel happy and full and overflowing?" Right? Because they can't. But once we find it on the inside, we can, right? So let's see here. Do they want to be with you? Yeah. So I know my face doesn't hide anything, does it? I realize that after I look at something and I'm like, my face right now, it tells the whole story. But you have the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles, which is yes, they do. They want to be in a relationship. The tower card for now, right? The tower card is then they leave, you know, in the space. So there is that, energy. Yeah, they do for now. And then do they want to be only with you like forever kind of energy? Because that's what you feel like right now, that's what your dream is to have them just, that way. So we have the six of hearts, the six of cups, along with the queen of coins, queen of pentacles, and the moon card here. Now, I'm not getting longevity here. We'll see if they're capable of being with anyone forever, one person for the rest of their lives kind of energy. But the six of hearts is like child energy, and I feel like that's an important energy. Um, that's important to them. The queen of coins, queen of pentacles, they love the nurturing and in a way, the security that comes with it, but that moon is deep emotional. I mean, the way that it appears there is like, woo, the wolf eating the moon, right? Um, that they've got emotional hidden things that need to be looked at, you know? And let's see here, are they capable of having a long-term no, with this Queen of Wands, it's that passion energy and the Four of Spikes. It's like this rest energy. I don't feel like right now without, like, going to therapy or doing intense inner reflection, this Queen of Scepters, the Queen of Wands, is that passion, this draw. They don't know how to open up their heart in a way. So all this emotions, like being kept below the surface, a lot of emotions from their past too. And so they express themselves through passion, but passion grows cold. Um, and then they want to move. Then that's when they get it's not that they wanna move, it's like that werewolf, they suddenly get drawn, into uh, the next interest, and then that gets old, and then they move to the next interest, and that gets old, and then it's kind of like like we talk about, they go in, circles because they do like the foundation that they build with a variety of individuals, but eventually, some of them are no, I'm not gonna be a part of your cycle, and they shut them off. Well, then they just look for someone else to replace that. It's almost like baseball. I just see 4 diamonds. I mean, like a diamond, right? And there's 4 diamonds, the bases, and they're like you are home base, and then but they go to first, they go to second, they go to third, they come back to home base, they go to and they just keep going around, um, in this cycle until people don't go, "Nope," but then they replace them anyway. Um, so interesting. Not fun, I know. Yep. And so we have truth is your fortune cookie. You're not here to conform, but to carry a unique frequency. When you silence your truth to keep others comfortable, you dim the light that was meant to liberate. Speak what is real and true, and do not submit to another's illusions. Yeah. That's the thing, they in the moment, and I experienced this in my relationships, where people have the greatest intentions, but not the capacity to uphold those intentions. And it's like the moment they believe it's true and real and possible, but then over time, it isn't, right? So hopefully that helps, my dear. Hang in there. I know. I swear. All right. Sending you lots of love, my dear. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. So, Ruby, I got your sticker one there. So, we've got you all set. All right. So, up next, we have 2 for Maria P, and then Iman, and then Moonlight, and then 3 for Ruby G. All right. Let me take another sip here and we'll dive into Maria's. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I love you guys. All right. Maria, 154.24 is for your first one here. And let's see, that's going to be this one right here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. What's going on with them here? Message from Wally. Is he missing you? Whoa. All right. Oh, they didn't want those. They wanted these here. Is he missing you? What's going on over there? He seems annoyed. Yeah, I'm sure that's about what's going on over there. What's coming for us after the trip? And he said they might cancel his trip. All right. So, a lot of questions. We're going to skip over them very fast here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, you got the full card. They're kind of in this no expectations, going with the flow kind of energy going on with them right now. So, I kind of feel like they're in this pocket of flow, and I don't feel like they're consciously feeling and thinking a whole lot. I just feel like they're running at 100 miles per hour, kinda like that energy. I was like, "We're just skipping and running through." I feel like that's what they feel like. They're running through their day, and so they're right now, their energy is just all over the place. So, if you're not getting normal kind of action, reaction, response, and kind of thing from them, that's why. A message from Wally. You got the King of Scepters, the King of Wands, and that is an energy of like, I'm thinking, I've cleared the throne. I'm trying actually, he's saying, "I'm trying to clear the throne room of all the thoughts and all this stuff so that I can sit and decide what my heart wants so we can make a I can make a plan and put energy behind it." Um, I'm trying. I feel like is his message. Is he missing you? Yeah, I like this. The death card. There isn't like an ending and beginning energy. So I do feel like he misses you, but I feel like he's afraid. And we talked about that he's afraid that while he's away, that things are going to end because he has his inklings that you're not 100% in with him right now. What is happening over there? Yep, King of Spikes, King of Swords. Lot of stuff going on in the head, a lot of decisions, a lot of communication, a lot of thinking around things that have to happen, and a lot of planning, a lot of stuff going on there. Because this is the trip with their son, right? For for him going to college and what's all gonna happen, and so there's all these plans within plans within plans. I just feel like I have a headache from thinking about too much. Um, he seems annoyed. Yeah, 7 of Hearts. There's a lot of different emotions going on all around there. Shoes are flying, but it's a lot of different emotions. He's got emotions around his son and, that they're graduated now and he's not going to be at home and he's going to be away. And then that, brings in other frustrations and all that. So I just feel like he's wore out, a lot of decisions, a lot of emotions. So he's sensitive right now, I feel like is a good word. Maybe not annoyed, but sensitive. What's coming for you guys after the trip? You got the Emperor, and here's that like that King of Wands energy. This has to do with decisions need to be made, I feel like there is this clearing away things and trying to find out like what you want and what they want, kind of energy. It's time to decide kind of energy, it feels like. He said they might cancel his trip. 8 of Hearts, 8 of Cups. Yeah, um this is like walking away from relationships or emotions that don't serve anymore. I don't know. They might cancel it, but I don't I don't know. I feel like this is something to give you hope a little bit more. I don't feel like it's like, you know, I feel like it's just this very small chance they might cancel the trip, but I feel like he's trying to give you hope so that you don't, go, well, if you're going to be gone again, then, I'm going to get bored. I need to go do something with someone. And I feel like they're kind of just wanting to do something to kind of keep you, hopeful that they'll be there as well. Yep. And then your fortune cookie is eternal, which says, "You are an eternal spark of divinity spanning dimensions and lifetimes. Take peace in remembering that the light of source energy resides within you, offering a direct connection to infinite wisdom and unconditional love." I like that. It's always good for us to remember who we really are. we're not these characters. This is one expression, one part we're playing in one movie when we've had billions of movies we're in and as billions of different characters. Kind of just helps us realize why we taking our life so serious. It's just one drop in a bucket of many, many, many that we can have, right? Right. So that's what they have for the first one. All right. And then for number two, we're at 20107. There is your timestamp for that. Let me remove that there. Check, check. All right. And then you want to do, um, so Wally's thoughts about you and Jeff's thoughts about you. Tiptoe dives. I like that. You're so funny. So tiptoe dive. Let's see here. So what are Wally's kind of thoughts around you here, and what are Jeff's thoughts around you here? All right. Yeah, I see here we got the 6 of hearts in the middle, which is interesting that, we've got here's the hearts for you in the middle, and then the hearts for one on one side and the hearts for another on the other side. It's like, you know, your vote is the deciding vote. So let's see here. For Wally, yeah, we got the King of Hearts. We got the King of Cups, which is a great, he feels like you guys are very compatible. That's one of the cards that we get, because it's half hearts, half thinking, right? So he has that compatible energy. Yeah, we've got the 5 of Cups here, which is where I feel like he feels like you're not happy. And you've been more and more not happy lately. And we got the 8 of Coins, the 8 of Pentacles. And I feel like this has something to do with this feels work related, where, they're like, you're stressed about work and you're, not happy. And he feels out of control for some of these things, right? And then the King of Scepters, here's that King of Wands again. So kind of what we talked about in the previous reading, he's on this, he's trying to get out of his head of all these things and try to make it, because he feels like if he makes some sort of big change and commitment, that can change things between both of you, and then change, how you're experiencing your life. But that's a big uh, decision, and that's why he's not making things quickly, because of he feels like he's only um, halfway. He only has 2 of your heart votes, and you've given other heart votes away to other people, and you have 2 remaining, and he's not sure where you're gonna put those. So I feel like that's kinda where he's pausing and making his choices. And then for Jeff, you've got the Ace of Hearts, Ace of Cups. So this is that energy of, you know, I want a new relationship with you. And there's something with the 8 of spikes, the 8 of swords, which is I've changed. I've let go of some old ways of thinking and being, and I'm different now. I don't know if you guys tried having something before, or it was headed that way and he kind of went in a different direction. He's like, I've changed, is what he's saying, which, what I always say to that when people say they've changed, show me that you've changed first before I make any changes in my life and I commit and whatever. I want to see, I don't want to just hear it. I want to see it for 2 months. What? 2 months? Well, there's my answer. You must not have changed. Otherwise, you'd be like, "No problem. I've changed. I can do that." You know? And then if they do it, some of them might bluff and go, "I can do that. All right, we'll see. Time starts now." What else do they have here for you? Yeah, we got the 3 of Scepters, the 3 of Wands, and the 7 of Hearts, too. A lot of different emotions here. Um, but the 3 of Wands is about, you know, what they need you to take a different path in order for them to, like, give you more, but we talked about that before, but there's something else here because I feel like you're not the only route for them. Like, you're one route, but they have 2 other routes that they could go with the 3 of Wands. They can there's this way, or these this way. There's 3 ships I can board. You're one ship, and you're a ship they're interested in, but they're not, convinced either that they're your choice, and, um, and so there's kind of those mixed emotions and confused emotions too on, "Is this the path that we wanna take?" Like, I wanna take. Um, because of the uncertainties, it feels like. So, what a wonderful little adventure you're on. Okay, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. So, hopefully that helped a little bit, but, I just feel like the indecision, um, you know, people pick up that energy. We think, "Oh, I'm hiding it." No, people immediately pick up in the changes of our energy, right? Yep, so you got a beautiful card. I love that. Surrender, which says, "Release your need to control the outcome." Surrender is not powerlessness, but the sacred recognition that you are intricately connected to a higher intelligence, one that flows through you, not apart from you. So, what adventure! What adventure! Hmm. Right. So that's what they got for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually as well. All right. All right. And then we have Iman. Hello, Iman. Thank you so much for your donation. Here is your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And so I want to know, how does Patrick feel now that you blocked him? Oh, okay. I need a sip of coffee for this. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, how does Patrick feel now that you blocked him? All right. Is there a third card? Yeah, there's a third card under there. And put that one here. Okay, those are the feelings. And let's see, anything else? Maybe what are his thoughts? Because the thoughts can be separate from the mind. I mean, the heart, right? The heart and the mind can have different approaches and thoughts about things, right? So, let's see what we got here. So, what are they feeling now that you blocked them? So, they've got the Empress energy, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. That is an energy of pulled in, focusing on themselves, which makes sense. On the bottom of the deck, we also have the Four of Pentacles, the Four of Coins, which that's the underlying energy of your entire reading. And asking about Patrick, this is, references our self-worth and how when we define ourselves and attach our worth to the 3 buckets of the outside world, we feel unstable. The 3 buckets are relationships with humans of all kinds, lovers, friends, family, whatever, situations, and things, right? Jobs, education, social status, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, right? So this is, with this appearing on here, it feels like it shook them, shook their self-worth because they have it attached to, you know, relationships with people. So now they're looking at kind of taking care of their wound in a way. So this does feel like it did shake it. So they're taking time to mend and to nurture themselves. We also have these 3 cards, which is the King of Coins. Yeah, that's the biggest story they have is the Four of Pentacles, which we just talked about. So if I hadn't looked at the bottom of the deck, they're saying here, this is a rattling of their self-worth. They're looking at, how do I define myself here? They do have the Chariot card, which has Moon and Cancer energy behind it. So a lot of emotional energy, but there is a power of choice energy that's coming in. What's this other card? We've got the 8 of scepters, the 8 of wands, which is a lot of heat, a lot of fire, a lot of movement, and even the vehicle, the chariot is a lot of movement. They roll over all 4 horses. Horses are movement energy, right? And it does feel here that they are looking to move on quickly because rather than sit in reflection and the woundedness, I gotta suppress it and I gotta move on to something else. So I feel like that's the kind of energy that they're feeling now that you block them. And the Ace of Scepters, yeah, the Ace of Wands, looking for a new passion. And that's what happens. There's someone I follow on Instagram, and they talk about that. How usually, men tend not to, and this is stereotyping, but historically, men tend not to sit and ponder and look at their wounds for very long. They're usually looking at what's the distraction to distract me from doing this because this sucks. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to look at this. What's that? What's the next thing? What's the next exciting thing? Whether it's a person or a new game or a new adventure, a new trip, something to distract me, right? And I feel like that's kind of where their heart is, their mind. Yeah, with the, you know, this is the reflection on what does my dream come true mean? What does that relationship look like? And, the devil card, the vice card, they call it here, is questioning a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, reevaluating, readjusting what it is I do want, what it is I don't want, kind of energy, which is what they're kind of going into their head. Let's get out of the heart. Let's just pause it, shove it down. Let me think about stuff and let me look for something else, right? That's the kind of stuff that's in their head. Yeah. And yeah, and they have the 8 of hearts, which is walking away from a relationship or emotion that doesn't serve anymore. And the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles, which is about being alone, being a hermit, being self-sufficient. And, I'm stepping away to be by myself then. So I feel like, if we were wanting some sort of different reaction from them to, have them wake up, like, is this a wake up call? Will they now do what I want them to do? No. That didn't work. That's manipulation. It never works. Trust me. I discovered in my 3rd relationship when they shoved it in my face saying, "I'm not gonna fall for your manipulation." I was like, "What? I don't manipulate." And they're like, "Yeah, when you act sad, when you don't get what you want, you're wanting me to be what that. And then when you get upset and you walk out of the room, you want me to chase after you. I'm not gonna do that. You either, if you wanna talk, talk, you wanna walk, walk, but I'm not gonna, put up with that stuff, so you better get some counseling or this ain't gonna last long." Whoa. That's called a triple slap 'cause I was like, "What?" So, but if you were looking for something else, that's what I feel like, that's not them. They won't, um the more we try to change people, the more they resist. The more I try to pull someone, the more they pull back and resist. It's all about, trying to be true to ourselves, and if they're meant for us, they'll draw closer. But when we try to control things, then, that's when that stuff hits the fan, right? Um, since if I round up on yours, actually with your probably with your I think it's a Canadian, right? Um, I'm gonna give you one of these fortune cookies because I think it's close to $5, which is what we do. So the whispers of healing, you've got progress, 36. So there's a beautiful card there. And this one says, you have been in a process of great change, self growth, and healing. It is important to maintain a good relationship with yourself. Journaling is one tool that may help. Keep a journal and write to yourself as if you were counseling a friend, right? Record your goals and your dreams. It may be very cathartic to have a special place to vent. Meditation is another means for healing or spiritual development. Going outside for fresh air can also be rejuvenating. So, if you find you're in a rut or starting to experience a downward spiral, consider closing your eyes and taking a deep breath. Imagine you are opening your eyes for the first time and seeing the world around you from a different perspective. Ooh, I like this. What is pleasurable around you? If you can see nature, what beauty can you find? Encourage yourself not to take anything for granted. What a wonderful life you have been given. If needed, make a list of your values and ethics. Writing a beliefs list will help you to live with purpose and more awareness. Your list is not set in stone and may shift and change as you develop throughout your life. In the card, a fairy looks back over her shoulder to view different scenes unfolding. This is a reminder to take it one step at a time. The hyacinths to her right mean that steadiness and sincerity are important aspects in this phase of growth. The lilac of the fairy's garment encourages creative activities and uniqueness. Apart from symbolizing transformation, butterflies are believed to restore the inner self and inspire the essential loving spirit of the human soul. Ooh, I didn't know that. This enhances your ability to reshape and grow as you see fit. I like that. Beautiful card. I'll show it one more time. So, thank you again so much for your donation. Hopefully, that helps a little bit there, my dear. And hang in there. Enjoy the new moon in Gemini tomorrow. I don't know why they wanted to tell you that, but there you go. All right. Many blessings. Thank you. All right. So, up next, we do have Moonlight. And then after that, we do have a triple threat from Ruby, three for Ruby G. So, cheers, cheers. All right. So Moonlight, we're at 2:18:27 is for your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. And you want to know what's going on in the circus? Does NN know? I visited the neighbor last night. What does he think about it? Kind of disappointed I did not stop by. Oh, visited like his neighbor last night. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you, Santa Claus? You're visiting neighbors in the middle of the night? All right, let's take a look here. So, Moonlight. So, what's going on in the circus? Let's see what's happening here. Does NN know that you visited the neighbor last night? And then what does he think about it if he did? And is he disappointed that you didn't stop by to see them? All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Well, bottom of the deck, we got the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups energy. Here's that big, big, big emotional bubble that you are, right? That empathic energy, that empathic gift that you have, that Cancer moon energy. So, what's going on in the circus? What can we know here? We have the Nine of Hearts. Nine of Hearts is they are searching for the dream come true, still energy, but they're looking for it outside of them, kind of energy. So I do feel like they're still trying to find something that will make them feel their heart feel full and overflowing that comes in here, right? Um, oh, you're not driving? Yay. So, good, good. So, I feel like they're still on this search for something out there. I don't feel like they're um I still feel like they have that big hope of finding love that will fulfill them kind of energy. Um, do they know that you visited the neighbor last night? We have the wisdom king here. It's interesting with this Hierophant because they are seeing things from a higher perspective. And so I do feel like they do know that you visited the neighbor last night. And what did he think about it? We had the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles energy, which is interesting. It's for sick individual man, right? I know. Yeah, uh-huh. Delivering, uh-huh. And the 10 of pentacles, I feel like, you know, it made him think of relationship, but also this 10 of pentacles is this fullness. And I feel like, in a way, with you visiting the neighbor, because we're going to say, was he disappointed he didn't stop by? That's going to be a different energy. Because I feel like not overall, but one of the big things is like they like about you is your huge heart and that you were helping and deliver something for someone. And so that made him feel good because that's like a fullness thing, like a wholesome thing, right? So I like that. But were they disappointed you didn't stop by to see them? You know, the two of pentacles going back and forth is kind of like they were, but they weren't. They were, but they weren't. And the four of spikes, the four of swords, is because they weren't expecting anything. And I feel like it's almost like this energy of I would have liked you to stop by, but I really didn't want anyone to be around right now. I wasn't expecting anyone. Oh, I really liked you to step by, but I really didn't want you to come over either because I wasn't in the place to receive company. But, I really, it's kind of going back and forth like that um, kind of energy. Um, because so there was some disappointment, um, energy. And I don't know, have you ever felt that where it's like you hear that someone is talking to someone all the time, and you're like, "Wow, they talk to them, but they don't talk to me." And then so there's a little bit of hurt and disappointment, and then you realize, "Do I want to have that expectation of talking to them every week? No, I don't." It's like there's this, back and forth kind of energy that comes in with that. So, they're just they're just an odd fellow, aren't they? Which is all right, because I'm an odd person, I can relate. But let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So, yeah, interference. What is this? Dun, da, 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 which says energetic interference occurs when you absorb emotions, thoughts, and frequencies that do not originate from you. Oh, wow. This is all about your empathic gift, right? Take a moment to reset. What is yours will feel empowering. What isn't will dissolve when released with grace. I like that. What a great way to know what emotions are ours and what emotions are that we're taking on from somewhere else. Ours feel empowering. The others feel, yeah, because we're trying to, their emotions are outside of our control. So we feel out of control. We feel disempowered. When we return to our emotions, that's where we feel our empowerment. So interesting. A strange call. Dun, da, da, da. How interesting. So hopefully that helps. I mean, like that's what we got for you, my dear. So good to hear from you. Glad you're doing well. At least you're driving, so I know you're at least able to drive. That's good. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And hey, Phoenix Oracle Healing, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. I'll get you on the list here. And see what we got here. All right, absolutely, we can do that. All right. So up next, we do have 3 for Ruby G, and then Phoenix, you'll be up right after that. Okay, here you are. Gotta find you on my little list here. So Ruby G for number 3, we got 2, whoops, 255, 56. Yeah, that's what it was. All right, so here is your timestamp for those. So for this one, oh yeah, does your grandpa S have a message for you? You know, I do have these talk to heaven oracle. So let me see what we got here. I feel like they want to bring through a message through these oracle. All right, we do have that one here, and then it looks like Grandpa V. He wants that one there. He goes, "I already know." I feel like he's the planner. Yeah, here, just that's my card over there. Just put it over there. I'm like, okay, we got it. So, Grandpa S, what does he have to say here? Yeah, I am here helping you. It's a beautiful card. And let's see what we got here. He goes, I'm not technically an angel, but I am acting like one to you. My spiritual growth continues on, even though I no longer carry physical burdens around. One way that I grow is through loving and selfless service to others, and that includes you. Too many times during my earthly life, I acted selfishly out of misguided belief that there wasn't enough of this or that to go around. I competed with others, including you, to get my ego and physical needs met. Now that I'm here, I realize what a colossal waste of time and energy that was. He's so funny. So I'm balancing out my old selfish ways with my new and improved energies that are completely focused upon selfless giving. When you accept my gifts, you allow me to accomplish this. And you, therefore, are giving back to me as I grow and learn. I love that. Let's see here. How is he helping you? What gifts is he giving you? You're welcome, Moonlight. Hang in there. Your sojourn. All right, let's see here. What gifts is he giving? All right. I feel like he's given you a lot of love energy with this being on the bottom of the deck, the lover's card, but it's the emotional choice energy. And I feel like they're flooding you with a lot of extra unconditional love energy to help you to help make it an easier choice if you choose to choose higher vibration instead of lower vibration. So in moments where intense lower vibrational emotion is rising, they're also giving you some heightened unconditional love energy to help balance it out to make it an easier choice rather than to feel totally overwhelmed and there's no choice but only reaction. So I feel he's kind of dampering the lower vibration by bringing in extra oomph of unconditional love energy for you. Yeah, to help you choose story with the 2 of spikes, the 2 of, swords here, so that you can kind of make well, he's saying, so you can make an educated choice of what story you wanna put to something instead of reverting to the old one out of fear and just triggering into the reaction of the old. That's the power of story, that you could choose a higher story, and they wanna give you the opportunity to do that for your growth, but and yeah, I even have the, um, king of, swords, the master storyteller there, so that you can change that if you want. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's all about choice, choice, choice energy. You got the, um, card, they call it the vehicle here, and the world card, ending of old cycles, beginning of new adventures that come in with this. So, I do feel like that's the gift that they're giving is the gift of extra love energy so that it kind of keeps keeps the emotions from running off in lower vibrational reactional fear energy, and so that you can choose what you want to do. Do I want to choose the old way, or am I going to choose a new way, a new story about what's going on here, so I don't feel like I'm reacting to everything in the outside world. So I like that. So that is what Grandpa S has for you. Calm down, he says. Calm down. But he's saying it funny. Yeah. Be still. Can you just be still? I like that. The noise of the world cannot reveal what silence already knows. I love that. The noise of the world cannot reveal what silence already knows. So turn inward and listen through your heart, where divine guidance flows without interference. Yeah, I love that. So that is what we have for Grandpa S. So I like that. He's a funny guy. Well, they're all funny on the other side because they have nothing to be serious about like we are here. It's all love and joy and flow. So, right. And then for number 4, we got 23156. Whoops. Here is your timestamp. For that one, and this will be Grandpa V, and we do have this one here. Hey, Crystal. Yeah, you can donate. I have this one and another one for Ruby, and then one for Phoenix, Oracle Healing, and that's it. That's the list right now. All right. So Grant Pavi says, "I feel healthy and happy, and you can too." I like that. Let's see what he says here. He says, "I can now do amazing things I never dreamed were possible, and it feels like I'm doing them in a physical body, except I'm so much lighter, freer, and more flexible. So I can do acrobatics if I want, I can fly, I can jump as high as a mountain, and I can move instantly between locations. It's magical here." The main thing that I want to emphasize to you, though, is that all the aches, the pains, and suffering went away with my physical body. I can breathe, see, and walk like a healthy young person now. All the limitations of a physical body are gone, and I'm enjoying my spiritual body. I also see how I could have taken much better care of myself physically and enjoyed better health. And I hope you'll take this to heart too. After all, we only get one physical body per lifetime, and it's built to last a lifetime if we take care of it. So I feel like he's saying, take care of it. Mm-mm. All right. And then I feel like we'll keep these cards over here because I feel like your next question is also about someone from the other side. I love connecting to their energy, so thank you for that. Um, what else does he want to say? I feel like he wants to say something about your health. Um, is there something that he wants you to know, or something that he's doing that's helping you out? I feel here. Yeah, I like this. So even again, underneath this card, underneath the 9 of cups, we've got the Lover's card again. So I do feel like there are these helping hands. We're the helping hands people, is what this grandpa is saying. But there is this, emotional choice is so important for your health. And the more you focus on joy and unconditional love and laughter, in play, um, that's what he's encouraging for you as much as possible, because that you don't realize how that changes your physical body as well as your life, because you draw in um, you know wonderful energies when you're focusing on joy, and it does transform your physical body as well as draws in things into your life that match that too. So it's a win-win, win-win-win, from that. Yeah, he says, "Calm down." Both your grandpas are saying, "Calm down." Temperance is, "Take your time. What's the rush? You have eternity." We have, like, all these, um, lifetimes that we so many, millions and billions. There's no rush. We're gonna experience it all, we got all uptight thinking we need everything to happen when just relax, enjoy the process, enjoy the moment. Yeah, the Knight of Coins, slow down, the slowest moving knight out of them all. Just take it easy. What are you rushing around for? Be still, right? Yeah, Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, you know, make sure you're taking care of you. Yeah, you have a big heart. You give to a lot of people, give, give, give. And I feel like you're learning to give to yourself first. And they're saying, you're allowed. That's even though you're taught a lot of everyone else comes first and anything left over, you get it. This is you get to fill up and overflow. Trust me, people will appreciate it once they get that, overflow that comes there. So I like that. Underneath all of that, yeah, we got the four of coins. Um, the four of pentacles. There's something here, that is when we talk about self-worth and stuff, but they're not wanting to go there. They're wanting to go talking about a house or a location. And I feel like they're saying, yeah, move. Yeah, you can move, go where you want to go, you know, be free, enjoy life. Don't feel like you're not a tree. You can get up and move anytime you want, meaning like moving home, not your physical body, but that too. But he's like, you're not a tree. You can move anywhere, anytime. So take advantage. Let's see here. And then the fortune cookie for him here, you've got, yeah, it's all temporary. This human life is temporary, not looking at it as it's permanent. The tension that you feel around a situation is only temporary. Rest assured that the energy will clear and you will be able to continue moving forward. I like that. So that is what they have for from Grandpa V. And we'll circle back around for your is this going to be the fifth one here in just a moment? Let me just grab that here. Okay, Crystal, you said, okay, cool. So you're probably in the process of donating then. And then Moonlight, I see you made another donation. So I'll grab your question when I see that there as well. All right. So Ruby, for number 5, you're 238.50. There you are. So your ex's grandpa, so your son's great grandpa. Oh, that's right. Your son's great grandpa passed a few months before his birth. Oh, so how does he feel about what's been going on? Does he care for, look out for our son? Is he concerned about your ex and your ex, his grandson? Yeah, because it's great grandpa. I get you. I get you. All right. So let's see here. Let's just see what messages here from the talking to heaven from them too. All right. Yeah. He says, it was my time to go. And I feel like in a way that's like he was like, "Yeah, I absolutely would have loved to have been there and met him in the physical realm, but it was my time to go. It was designed, um, it was part of the whole play." Let's see here. Let me find it here. It was right here. All right. He goes, "I know that it feels like a dream you can't wake up from. But please be assured that every soul comes into the world at a predetermined time, and also exits at the time it is meant to for its own growth. And I before I go on here, because, um, he was able to interact with and chat with him, your son with his great grandpa, because he was on the other side. So he went and visited him in the womb and was all, "Hey, dude, I'm not going to be there, like we agreed," because they're still kind of really connected to the higher realm when we're in the womb. So they were like, "All right, tag team, brother, here we go, little man, you get to go next." So, I feel like they had interactions, you know you know, going there, which is, cool. He says, "When I first came here, it all just seemed too amazing to believe," I mean, on the other side, "but now I see that there is a larger force and an incredible order to everything in the universe. Every soul has a cosmic plan it must follow." What an interesting to come up with everything that's going on. What you might perceive as an accident is merely a step in the cosmic dance. So he's saying that there is purpose to everything. And even though, and we'll dive a little deeper into here, but so how does he feel about what's been going on? It's all part of the cosmic dance. They get to see the whys behind things that we as humans don't get to see yet. Um, and so, when they look about all the stuff that's happening, the choices people are making, when we're on the other side, we have zero judgment. That's a human thing, judgment. Up there, there's no right or wrong, better or worse. It's just different choices with different experiences. Because we know this isn't real. This is an experience. It's not real. It's like going to a movie. Would you think, "Oh my god, I can't believe they killed all those people." They were like, "That was a movie. Those people didn't die on that screen. That was acting," and that's what this is. This isn't real. This is all acting. And when we give it when we're too serious about it, they're like everyone else, "Lighten up. Just calm down. This is all part of the cosmic dance. Why are you being so serious about it?" It really is a comedy if we look at it. So that's funny. All right. So does he care for and look out for his son? Of course, he loves your son. So yeah, he definitely cares for him. Is he part of watching out for him here? And is he concerned about um, your ex? Yep. So we got does he look out? Well, we got the 10 of hearts, 10 of cups. They're a barrel of emotional love energy. They care and love everyone, not conditionally by what they're doing or not doing, but just because it's who they are and it's who we are. We are all made of love. So yeah, he cares and loves everyone, even the villains in our stories. They love everyone because they know the actors behind the villains and the characters. So they do. Does he look out for your son? Yeah, we have the Empress. So Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. They definitely nurture and help. We got the 7 of coins, the 7 of spikes. 7 energy coming in. Very big spiritual energy. From a spiritual standpoint, the 7 of coins is they help um, slow things down. They help things grow. They help reveal the thoughts and beliefs that need to be for them to be seen. Um, and so they do watch out for them in that aspect, but they don't interfere because they know what your son wanted to experience in this lifetime. You don't. No one else really does. As a human, as your higher self, you do, and everyone on the other side knows the whole they've read the book. They know what the next scene holds and the possibilities of things, and they know it's an adventure, and they're not as concerned about outcomes as we are because for spirit, outcomes don't mean anything. They're just an experience. We're the ones that go, "Oh, if that outcome happens, it's horrible." That's us as humans that do that, not as, the other side, right? Is he concerned about your ex? Got the 5 of hearts. Yeah, there's not concern. That's a good thing that they're saying is, we don't have concerns because concern is fear. Concern is fear that something's not gonna turn out right. But they're like, everything always unfolds perfectly for the experiences, so there's never concern from the spirit world. There's only concern for humans because we're concerned that things are not gonna unfold according to the picture of the way we think it should. There's no shoulds. They're like, "What's the adventure? Where are we taking it next? What decisions are you guys making?" Right? Because we have the 5 of hearts, the 5 of cups. They understand the all of the pain, all of the emotion that your ex has had in their life, which explains why they do what they do. So they have a full understanding of that. They understand their mentalities with the devil card, um, e their, addictions, their, and the conditioning of their mind growing up. And yeah, and they see him as a soul, which the 0 card, I don't often look at it that way, but it is the soul. It's the soul before it goes down to the world to begin to experiencing it, before it leaps off, into this new beginning, They see every human as a child, and as children, they see them as, doing childish things because that's how they're raised and how they're reacting. So they don't look at it from a judgmental and going, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that." They're all about love and acceptance and no concerns, which is how we can live on this earth, uh, often if we want to, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit. Great wisdom. I love uh, that awareness. Your fortune cookie is distraction, which says, which negative influences are draining you of your life force? Decide whether they are really worth your attention or if there are better ways to use your time. So I like that. They're like, are you really is where you're focusing your energy, is that really where you wanna waste you not waste, but, use up your time? Yeah. They don't have any, you know, they don't have any concerns of the physical things. They know that they're not real, It's like, do you remember Farmville on Facebook, like, forever away a long time ago? It's like, "Oh my god, what happens if the crops die on this Farmville, app that you play?" Nothing. It's an app, it's not real. That's how they feel about all this stuff, like, "Oh, that's cool," that's the kind of, little, journey that we go on, right? So, it's interesting. I had someone once ask, "What does my husband think of his urn that we got him?" And they were like, he doesn't even know the urn really exists because, um, the way how he showed me, when I was channeling him was he's just he was just, like, looking at his wife, looking at his children in awe because he could feel every emotion they ever felt, every thought they ever had, every experience they had, he got to experience it as well. And he was like, "What urn?" Because he didn't care about physical things. It was all about the love and the enjoyment of who you are kind of energy. And that's the essence of, spirit beings. They're not all about, "This is the way things should have to happen." They're just, helping us have our experience the way we want it. They're not trying to control it. They don't have an opinion. They're just like, "Whatever you want, that's cool. Let's go." Glad to be along for the ride like a little puppy, you know? So, hopefully that helps. Alright, so that's what they have for you, Ruby. Thank you again so much for your donations, and I loved connecting with them. Alright, thank you, Crystal. I do have your donation here, and your questions are on there too, so we'll grab those when the time comes. So, we got Phoenix, Oracle Healing up next, and then Moonlight, and then you. So, we will dive in there. Let me see, I had to make sure I didn't miss anyone else here. Oh, I think I got it. Alright. So, let me just take another quick sip, and then we'll dive back in. Thank you, guys. Cheers, cheers to everyone. Oh, yeah, that's getting really hot. Let me turn that down. All right. So, Phoenix Oracle Healing. Thank you so much for your donation. And here is your timestamp. All right. Oh, I love it. So, could we do a past life reading for you, whatever comes out, or if you need to know anything important? Absolutely. Let's see here. What past life do they want to bring in? That's important for you to know right now at this point in your life, right? We'll get that. And then this will be the story. Got those. Oh, and with these as well. But not that one. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, bottom of the deck, we start off with the Page of Spikes, the Page of Swords. Interesting energy. Let's see here. Are we going to get a Knight card here? Nope, got the Four of Coins. So the Four of Coins, Four of Pentacles energy, I am seeing like a castle kind of energy, and this Page of Swords. I do feel like in this lifetime, in this particular one, you are a male energy, and you are a page, which is like the ones that support a knight, you know, how they travel around and take care of their stuff and their horse and, you know, hand them the lance and do all that kind of stuff. Their hope is to be trained to become a knight themselves. And, but I feel like this particular one, um, the knight you were serving was connected to the castle, and it was so disappointing. I feel like this because it was like, you wanted to experience, like, on the adventures, and you didn't really wanna be where you were at, around the castle and all those places. You wanted to be out, away, experience adventure. That was the whole reason why you wanted to become a knight, was not to be in the royal court and all the schmoozing and politics and all that stuff. You wanted to be there, and you're like, "Oh, man." So it's interesting that it starts off that way. Um, and then you have the Two of Spikes, the Two of Swords. Then, I feel like you were able to go on to, because this is like the story splits off where, um, you something happened to the night that you were under. I feel like they, like died of syphilis or something like not in battle, but it was a blessing in disguise, of course. It's like because, you were able to then become a page to a new knight, and that knight was the adventure one. So I like this energy of this. You know, there are blessings in disguise, and if what's unfolding for you isn't working out, you know, like you want it, just wait. Syphilis will get them. No, I'm just kidding. You're like, whoa. But things will change, things will unfold, and there are blessings in disguise there. Because you went on here. Yep, you got the Two of Coins. I'm so glad you have a good sense of humor. You got the Two of Pentacles, and you also have the 10 of spikes, the 10 of swords here. I like this because it was because of the 2 different experiences, you learned to let go of the expectations of trying to control things outside of your control, and I feel like there was this once we got away from the castle, the knight that you were with, super cool, like "Well, that's not the knight's way," and he goes, "Let me let you know on a little secret, that when you're in front of the royals, you do the royal things, but when you're outside of that, you do what you want," kind of energy. So, I like this kind of freedom energy and, that they were like, "That's why I like to go on these adventures because I don't like being around that," and you're like, "You're my hero," you know? And I feel like they did, they it was like brothers, you guys became like brothers and, they taught you everything they knew and you even surpassed them kind of energy, in that here. And let's see what happened here. Yeah, we got the 5 of hearts, the 5 of cups. I do feel like they were killed in battle with this 5 of cups, so because you had to become very, brotherly bond with them when they passed, it was a lot of sorrow there for you. And you had the 7 of hearts too, a lot of different emotions. And then, of course, you become the knight of scepters, the knight of wands, the knight of fire, and I do feel like here, because of these emotions, you really took the fear and the sorrow and that low vibration, and you turned it into, like, this, rage. Like, you could, um, like, connect with and, um, kinda channel that inner rage for battle, and that's why you surpassed because you kicked butt, because you channeled it in a maybe I wouldn't call it a healthy way, but you learn to channel it, and I like that. I feel like that's like a big piece of this coming in, and there is this, energy with all these spikes and the 2 of swords that it's like, I get to choose the story. I get to create the story about what things mean, and and I feel like that's kind of what you learned a lot in that lifetime where you could, you know, like, "Oh, I'm stuck with this. No, I can wait for an opportunity. Things will always change." So I can look at it as blessings in disguise. It's like you learn to create new stories around things that, were maybe difficult to find stories, positive stories about. But I feel like that's like a big piece of why that was there. But you have that nightly energy that you didn't rage just to kill people for killing people. You were, very I like to go on the adventures. I like to save people from, being those that are like true noble energy that you had during that, just to help people that are being picked on by people, "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" "Here I come," So I like that energy. Um, so I feel like that's what they have for you for that tidbit of your past life reading. Your fortune cookie here as well. You have patterns. Yeah, recognizing the patterns, right? Which says negative patterns and destructive habits have gained momentum in your life, maybe in your past life, right? Remember that each moment offers you an opportunity to create a new reality by choosing differently. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I slayed. This is that whole thing we are talking about. Isn't that amazing? I get to choose differently. So I like that for you. So that's what they got for you, Phoenix. Thank you again for your donation. And I do past life readings for in-depth ones too. All the information, and this isn't just for you, Phoenix, and no expectations, just information. But, my longer readings, I dive deeper into the stories, for our, live readings. I don't dive as deep as I do but I do past life readings. So, um, it's just like a regular personal reading. I have different, my recorded readings, are available. I do live ones too, like person to person, but if you wanna do, a recorded reading, there's different times and, based on how, big of a period of time that you, select, then we dive deeper, right? And sometimes we'll get multiple lifetimes and see how they all interconnect too. It's really cool. I love doing past life readings because I get to see the stories unfold as they tell it to me, so it's beautiful. So thank you for, doing that there. All right, so many blessings. Let me see, we left off up here. All right, so Ruby, thank you so much for your additional donations. Let me just grab these here. So you got boom and boom. Oops. There we go. Sneaking back in line for a general. You're funny. You crack me up. All right. So we'll get you on there. And then for this one, how is your partner doing and how can I support him right now? All right. Very good. Grab those for there. All right. So we'll circle back around there. And then we've got Lauren of Light. No, you weren't late. You're not too late. I'm glad you made an executive decision because you were right on the money there. So let's see here. And we'll grab that here. And any general blessings. And what's our past life? Okay. So I think I've got all the questions there. So you got 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, let me just make sure I got all these here. All right. So I've got all your questions. I think that is everybody. Let me just make sure one last little skim here. All right, very good. I think I've got everyone on the list here. So for donations, we have Moonlight up next, and then Crystal Ray, and then 2 more for Ruby, and then Lauren of Light after that. So there we go. Boom, boom, boom. All righty. So let's find you up here. Let me take another sip here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all your love and support and all the thumbs up. It all helps spread the Zen love. So thanks for being part of the love tsunami. I'm so grateful. Yeehaw, right? Cowabunga. Riding the wave. All right. Let's shuffle those up. All right. So Moonlight, we got 30425 here for you. For number 2, here's both your timestamps. And so you want to know, why did R tell you about his wishes for the summer? Okay. Why? All right. So that's the why. And then why was he talking about our vacation on that place some years ago? All right. Why? And then why did he get quiet when I told him I'm staying home to get my son to work? Oops. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. So on the bottom of the deck here, we do have the 3 of cups, which is like joy, kind of joy celebration energy. I feel like they were excited, they were sharing their joy. Um, it's kind of an underlying energy, they just wanna share that. Let's see what we have here, so but why did he tell you about his wishes for the summer? Yeah, I feel here we've got the 10 of wands and the ace of wands, endings and beginnings energy, right? And so that makes sense, that, um, there's a lot of energy, a lot of this, "I would like to start something new," kind of energy. They're telling you in a in what they feel is a safe way to kind of, like, hint. Because if I come out and just ask, I'm gonna get rejected. So let me hint and see, kind of feel around what your responses are, right? Your responses were? No. All right. Why was he talking about your vacation at the other place some years ago? So you got the 5 of spikes and the 8 of spikes, so the 5 of swords and the 8 of swords. So I feel like they were trying to move beyond conflict and trying to bring up, um, you know, something happy, something fun that, was a good experience to try to move beyond conflicting energy into something flowing energy, right? Something to help you let go of some restricting mindsets to be more open, right? Underneath that, yeah, because, I feel like the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but sensuality and emotion and new birth kind of energy. And the Hanged Man, it's like to it's like the Hanged Man is like a pause button, and it's like to unpause the pause button and get things flowing again, right? And I feel like they were trying to kind of ignite your heart in a way by bringing up an old that they thought was a happy memory, um, so that you could, maybe you would see it as that this is a happy opportunity. And then after you told them, "No, I'm staying home to get my son to work." 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles. They're like, "All right, well, I'm off on my own." Here's that hermit energy. They're like, "Okay, well, I guess I'll go alone then." They're kind of this, um, back in the, um, hermit's cave, because it was like, "Nope, nope, nope." Yeah, there's always a why. So it does feel like there's that, "Oh, okay. I'm gonna go back away for a while." You still need some cooking. It's funny that they had that pig, because it's like when they're cooking I had a vision of when, like, in Hawaii, my dad sent me a video that he took of someone, how they cook the pigs in the ground, for the luau's, and it's like, "Oh, the pig's not done yet. You still need to roast till you're ready." So they're like, "I'm gonna go over here." Kind of energy. That's why they got quiet. They were like, "Okay, this is not good. That was a no, and I know better than to continue to talk after a no, because it just gets like that my little no button, it just gets louder and louder and louder." Yep, in your fortune cookie, we got a little bit of, abundance energy, 888. It says, "Your willingness to resonate with abundance is the key to unlocking it. Trust in the limitless generosity of the universe, for what you desire is already making its way to you." Right? I like that. Right? How hard can it be to make the changes necessary to get, what you want in life? No way around that. Yeah, overcoming fears, that's our biggest journey, overcome our conditioning, which is all right. It's like, takes the pressure off of you. You're like, you know what I want. And if you don't want to do that, that's okay. That just means we're not meant to be together. Thank you for that confirmation. I already knew, but thank you. Check, check. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. You're funny too. All right. I'm so grateful. You have a great sense of humor. All right. So up next, we do have Crystal Ray. Crystal, 31049 is yours. So, Crystal, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And oh, that's right. Here's over here. Whoops, not there. This one here. All right. So, thank you again for your donation, Crystal, via Z PayPal. And let's grab into your questions here. All right. So, your first one is, what are Justin's thoughts of you? So, right now, what are their thoughts of you here? All right. Thank you. Anything else? This one here. So we got the three of spikes, which is, it's not heartache, but it's disappointment energy. You know, they were hoping for that it was going to be something different. And so they're not disappointed in you. They're disappointed that the situation didn't unfold the way that they envisioned it would, which is what expectations do, right? They also have the page of spikes. They're trying to see things from a different perspective. You know, they're trying to look at it differently. They're trying to understand more. And, you know, the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles, they did see you as this nurturing person and, you know, um, and you know, as well sensual, and but they saw you as this divine feminine energy, and they saw, you know, this different, you know, again, right, we're talking about, that's, they're a woman in a man's body, you know, they were wanting that emotion that's below the surface and behind the scenes that they just know is there, and they wanted more than just, you know, passion, energy, but they're trying to understand, they're trying to, you know, see things differently. um, so I feel like their original grr, row, growl energy is, you know, gone down to a little whir, you know. So I feel like they're, you know, kind of calming down a bit from where they were at. There's a little bit of an opening, it feels like here, to hear what your side of things and to get more clarity now that they're calmed down a bit. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at with Justin there. And then number two, you want, did someone spiritually make Corey dislike you? I've had spiritual hater for some time now. You know, people can't do that. Let's see what spirit says here. You know, we got the two of coins, the eight of hearts, eight of cups. The, you know, the two of pentacles is our power of choice in the outside world. And they're like, no, you walked away from him, eight of cups. No one made him hate, you know, dislike you. He was hurt because he wasn't chosen. We had the two coins, and you were like, I don't want you. I want this other coin. And that's where the hurt came in. Just, and real quick, this is good for all of us to know, and it's a good reminder that, you know, spiritual hater is like an oxymoron, because you can't be spiritual with hate. Spiritual meaning can't connect to the power of the upper realms, because that's of love. If you move into hate, immediately it just shuts off the true spiritual energy, and it turns into human emotional energy. And, you know, when we talk about curses and we talk about, um, you know, people doing stuff or whatever to try to make someone do something, those don't work. That's not how energy works. You know, we're the only one, we have the power of choice. I choose my stories, my emotions, my energy, my actions, and my world. And if someone can convince me to believe something, then with me believing it, I bring it to myself. So, like, let's say someone walks up to me and says, "I'm gonna make you sick," and they put a dead rooster hanging, from my front door, and I'm like, I'm gonna get sick, I'm gonna get sick, I'm gonna get sick. Well, my energy of I'm gonna get sick is saying, "Hey, you know what I would like, universe? What? I'd like to get sick." So it brings sickness to me because that's what I'm focusing on. It just my energy draws it to me, not their energy, but my fear, my belief is what brings it to me. Same thing as if they say that to me and I'm like, "Oh, look." Let's say it's a chicken. "Ooh, a free chicken. Thank you. Who brought that to me?" I'm gonna pluck it and I'm gonna wash it. I'm gonna fry it up and I'm gonna go eat the fried chicken on the front of my porch and saying, "Whoever sent this to me, thank you. This is delicious." Because I don't believe in that, it's not gonna impact me at all, right? In fact, with that other person wishing bad things on someone, what is their energy doing? You know what I would like? Bad things to happen to me, bad things happen to me. So when they're putting a curse out, they're actually drawing whatever they're putting out to come to them as well. So, hopefully that helps. So no one did that. No one can make someone dislike us. Someone has to have their fears. In order for someone to dislike, they have to be disliking something in themselves in order for them to dislike us, right? So Corey felt hurt because they have a belief they weren't chosen, and then they have a belief what that means about them. So they attached worth to your choices, which is not your responsibility. They make that choice, not you, right? But let's see here. You had number 3 was what Corey's thoughts were, right? Um, we have the 6 of scepters, the 6 of wands. I don't feel like there's a dislike there. They feel like they're in a victory mode here now. They always have that. We have that mutual passionate attraction for one another. The Page of Hearts. I feel like they're happy right now. The 2 of wands, I do feel like it goes back and forth. 2 of wands. Depending on how they're feeling, it just kind of goes back. But, this talks about, the Page of Hearts is their self-love. If they're full of self-love, then your actions don't mean anything and they aren't impacted. But because they have their worth is not tied inward and upward to the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, right? They're focused in on the outside world. They're focused in on that I'm attached to that. So when that happens, that means this about me. When that person does that, that means this about me. When you do this, that means this about me. So I'm upset, because I'm hurt because I have this story of your actions mean something about my worth. So then my emotional soundtrack that gets attached to that is anger or sadness or both, or going back and forth between the two. Right. So, there's nothing that you can do to you can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher or lower vibration and emotional choices, but they're still gonna make their choices. I don't know if there's anything that you can say that will change their mind right now because 'cause they're still in the midst of it all. You would just have to they're not gonna believe what you say, they're going to believe what you do and who you are, and so if they're willing to have you to interact with you to build trust back, then you'll have to build trust over time. Um, but is it worth it? That's up to you to decide, right? And then lastly, your neighbor's thoughts. Let's see here. What's going on with your neighbor's overall energy? And we've got the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. I don't feel like they have any big things. They're just like, you are a nurturer, you're a giver, you're an overgiver. Um, this is very divine feminine energy. It's like you're divine feminine um at its what fiery. how are they saying this? You're the divine feminine at its fieriest, like its most uh, explosive, passionate expression. And they're just like, that's you. They're just like, you're like the Queen of Wands. And then that's how they look at you. They're just like, yeah, that's who you are. I don't feel like there's any like judgment. They're just like, you do you, boo, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. Since your donation is $5 or more, you get the Whispers of Healing Oracle. So let's see what else they'd like you to know here. We have growth. Yeah, this is all about growth. There is no growth in the comfort zone, and there is no comfort in the growth zone. And you are definitely in a growth zone right now. Let's see here. Come on. Almost. There we go. So you are never done with your spiritual growth. It is a lifelong process. There will always be something new to become skilled at and ways to enhance your energy. Make your spiritual growth a priority. Set goals to further your knowledge and plan how you're going to achieve this. Share what you have learned with others. You can do this by blogging or by modeling the lessons that you're learning. Practice practice visualizing and believing in your inner senses. Start your growth process by taking a deep look within yourself. See yourself surrounded with the white light of your personal power. Hold this vision in your mind and increase your power by seeing your light expanding and emanating from you. Devote yourself to your own growth. Know what makes you feel happy, content, and in charge in your life. In this picture, the light of the moon surrounds a fairy, as well as the stars and butterflies that trail from her legs. Stars represent luck, hope, renewal, and good health. The butterflies remind you that growth and change can happen in a joyful manner. This full moon indicates a time of reflection. Shine a light on what you are attracted to. You are definitely in a time of change and growth. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the questions you ask, you can turn those around like to yourself. What are my thoughts of me? Um, am I my own spiritual hater? How do I dislike myself? Um, and again, all my thoughts and all the thoughts you have on Justin and Corey and your neighbors, there's something reflecting back that you recognize it within yourself. So it's all about inner reflection energy. So hopefully that helps, Crystal. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And I'm going to be going on here next. We got two for Ruby, and then Lauren of Light is where we're at for the donation. So cheers, cheers. And then I might be taking a little break um, since I've been sitting for 3.5 hours after I complete Ruby's and Lauren's. Then I am gonna take a little break, and then I will. If there's any donations left, I'll do those, and we will get into some free readings here as well. All right. So we have a Ruby 32436 for number 6. I do believe. I do believe. Hey, Cat Goddess. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So you're sneaking back in. That's right. For a general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit have for you, Ruby? What would they like you to know? Amidst all of your questions here, what else would they like you to know? I guess they do want these three. And then these three. And then this one underneath. All right. It's like a giant smiley face. Big three big eyes, and then a smiley face. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of hearts, the 10 of cups. Underneath that, you do have the Chariot card, the power of choice energy coming in here. And even one of the grandpas, was talking about, the power of emotional choice, the power of mental choice, the power of energetic choice, and the power of physical choice. Every moment is either high vibration or low vibration, and whatever we choose of the story, the emotion, the energy, the action, we draw toward us. And I feel like there's choose joy is the theme for your general reading here. Let's see what the smiley face underneath. You have the Queen of Spikes, the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart. And I feel like they're kind of bringing in the importance of, because the story we choose with our mind, we have like an emotional soundtrack that we connect to that emotion, to that mental story that kicks in. And if we're not living consciously, choosing a joyful story with, or unconditional love, or higher vibrational story with a higher vibrational emotion, then we're on autopilot. And if our habit growing up has been to choose lower vibrational fear, and which brings in sadness or anger energy, or some sort of expression of those, then that's going to be our reaction. We're going to be experiencing lower vibration over and over and over and over again, as we do as humans, until we have that awareness and we step into our power, realizing I can choose differently. I can start consistently creating a new story and emotional soundtrack for these things, and save it over. Do you remember in the olden days when you had a tape recorder and that's how you would record music, like off of a radio? I know this is going back centuries, I know. um, and ugh, you were so upset when you thought the tape you were grabbing was empty and you put it in and you recorded over an old one that you wanted to keep, but it would record over it. And you're like, no. Well, that's what we do here. It's a yay, because I can record over an old story, an old emotional soundtrack that goes with things. And then our autopilot slowly starts becoming more a reaction of gratitude and higher vibration than the old stuff. So I love that. What a great analogy. Yeah, because we have the 3 on one side, you have the 8 of cups, which is leaving behind old emotions that no longer serve. And it is about you choosing here with the emperor, that I'm the one that gets to choose the story. I can get out of my head of all the opinions, and realize that is what they want, but that's not what I have to want. So there's this beautiful release energy that comes in there. You also have this hermit energy, which is about getting alone with spirit. And that makes sense too, because the more time we spend connecting with spirit, the more we connect with that unconditional love energy on the other side, which definitely raises our vibration the more we're in connection. That's why, when I do these 6, 7, 8 hour sessions sometimes, I get giddy by Sunday, because I've been doing so much spiritual connection to the spirit world that I feel drunk almost, because it's like this joy, this calmness. And so I feel like that's what they're saying there. And then on the flip side over here, you do have the King of Hearts, which again, balancing the heart with the head, matching the story with the thinking. And again, like the Emperor, on the side, you have the King of Wands, which is you get to choose. And then the Ace of Scepter, the Ace of Wands is and it's your energy, your energetic focus. So they're saying spend time with spirit, helps you raise your vibration, and purposely choosing where you're pointing your energy um, also helps you grow and helps you experience life full of loving high vibration emotion overflowing. And you can do that. Things I did, like I would have reminders all over the place, post-it notes, messages on my mirror, messages in my car, messages by the door when I went out, vibrating alarms on my phone, reminding me to come back to gratitude, coming back to higher vibration, choose joy, all those things, because it takes us to be conscious to make those changes and make those choices, right? So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one too. Yeah, we've got restraint. Beautiful card. It's interesting. It says, clear your heart and your mind before making important decisions, right? Acting hastily from negative states can lead to regretful actions. Exactly as everything we said, right? I love it. All right, so that is for that one, Ruby. So thank you again for that. And I got Cat Goddess. Let me grab yours. Get you on the free list here. All right. I think that's all that came in. Just double check here. Oops. There we go. All right. So Ruby, number 7. Thank you so much. 331.36 for all of your donations. Look at this list. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So you want to know, how is your partner doing and how can you support him right now? How does he feel about the mood, the emotional state you've been in, and the clinginess? All right, let's take a look here. So how's your partner doing? Okay. How can you support him? And then how does he feel about the mood and emotional state that you've been in? Okay. And we got those. And that, all right. Yeah, you got the 7 of Pentacles here. He seems like his energy is very patient. Underneath that, we've got the moon energy, which is, of course, Cancer moon, um, which is an energy of nurturing. I just feel like he's a nurturer and a very patient person. Um, so I feel like that, just knowing that underlying energy feels good there. Um, with you at least, you know, with other people in the outside world, he may become impatient. But I feel like with you and with the people that he loves, he's patient. You're so funny. Okay, so then how is he doing? We have the 8 of coins. Yeah, 8 of pentacles. He's putting in the blood, the sweat, the work, knowing that's what brings the reward. He's not he's not It's like the 7 of pentacles moves to the 8 of pentacles, right? But it's like there's that, I know what I need to do. Just keep going is what he does. He's like, if I stop to complain and to blah 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 whatever, he goes, that doesn't bring me anything. He has like this, you don't stop, whittling away at the big mountain. You just keep going because that's what it's going to take. And I feel like he has that kind of, um, you know, I'm going to work. I just put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the outcome comes. That's how it works. So it's pretty much head down, let's go. Do, 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 do. How can you support him? Get the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups. Give him love, 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 love. Not You don't have to solve anything for him. You can't choose his story. You can't choose his emotions. You can't choose his actions. You can't choose, what energy he's putting out. But you can make it easier for him to choose higher vibration over lower by what energy you put towards him. Just high vibrational, unconditional love energy and gratitude can help him, right? And that just then he can do with it what he wants. But that's how we can support anyone, is through unconditional love energy. You can send them love from your heart. You can give them love, and just be a source of love. And especially gratitude, I feel, is important. And maybe even learning, if you don't know what his love language is, find that out, right? What are the five languages of love? Being told, being touched, acts of service, time, or gifts. Acts of service means doing something for them, like going to getting their truck washed, because they don't have the time or going to put, gas in their car, um, you know, while they were napping because you knew they couldn't do it. You eat his food and go, this is so good, you know, uh, and showing gratitude for it, right? So that's how you can do that. Um, and then how does he feel about your mood and emotional state and the clinginess, right? You got the 4 of Hearts, yeah. That's a stable emotional energy. Got the Ace of Coins, Ace of Pentacles, and the Page of Scepters, the Page of Wands. You know, I mean, this energy, it feels like they're like this Zen person, right? I just feel like they're kind of this calmness here. And because I feel like they've got a good sense of their self-worth and um I feel like with the Page of Wands, they try to do things to try to help you be able to find calm. They try to take stress away from you, and try to remove stress around you so that you can feel a calm, right? Um, and you got the King of Hearts, yeah, and the Page of Coins. Um, so, the King of Hearts is a balance between head and heart, and the Page of Coins is, again, there's this they know that you're working on finding a new sense of yourself, of your worth in relationship to the outside world. And again, I feel like they try to show you how, the stuff of the outside world and everything that's going on does not mean anything about you. And I feel like they try to show you that, but until you're ready to see it for ourselves, people can tell us all day and tell they're blue in the face, right? We know because we do it to other people too, and they realize, you know what? They're only going to be open to it when they're ready. And but I feel like he's very patient with all that energy, and he just tries to try to do things to help you with lower your stress level. But I don't feel like he doesn't feel like the need to rescue you, but he tries to do the little things just to make it easier for you where he can. This very, very calm kind of energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that too. And we've got conflict. Doo, doo, doo. So it says tensions are building and a conflict may emerge. Avoid escalating the situation and seek peaceful resolution. Your response will determine whether this becomes a moment of division or a path to growth. He's very chill, right? So I feel like your tensions are building and you could out of fear, like, you know, um, kind of go into like when we go into fight or flight mode, we're reacting, we go out of our minds. But I feel like you could end up picking a fight because your tensions are growing. So they're telling you how to avoid it is to balance that. So as you're, "Rah, rah," you might snap at them and they don't deserve that. So that could cause a reaction from them. So I feel like it's important to, and I think you had that in one of your other ones is before yeah. So I feel like how you avoid that is your previous one, the restraint, right? Clear your heart and mind before making important decisions because acting hastily from negative states can lead to regretful actions, right? So that is what they have. Yeah. So um, I like that. So don't just because he's safe doesn't mean we abuse him, right? All right. Yeah. It's like, learn how to calm down. Yeah, like all your grandpas. "Be still, calm down, woman." Alright, so that's what they have for you, Ruby. Many blessings to you. Alright, hey, we got Lotus in the house. Lotus, is that, Litier? Litier? Probably totally murdering that, but hello. Absolutely, you can get a reading. I Donations do get first priority. Free readings are first come, first serve. So right now, I just have one more donation right now. Then I'm going to take a quick break because I've been on for almost 4 hours. I need to go get some flow through my buns because they're falling asleep and get some more coffee and then hit the bio facilities. And then I'll be back and I'll probably jump into free readings at that point. Oh, Lightyear, Lotus Lightyear. Oh, like, Bud Lightyear from, Toy Story? Alright, so, um, I do have like I said, I do have free readings, I do have donations too. Donations put you at you know, they get priority. So, otherwise, for free readings, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 in front of you. So if you go free readings, you'll get on the bottom of the list. If you donate, you'll be next after I complete Lauren's reading here. So there you go. So, and if you just want a free reading, you can just put your question out there if you, or ask for a general reading, whatever you'd like. All that information's down in the description area if you want to kind of peruse it. You can make a donation, Super Chat, or Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, or Google Pay. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Right? So yeah, welcome. So I'll keep an eye out here, but we are going to jump into readings again here. So we got Lauren of Light, 34240 is for Lauren. So here is your timestamp, Lauren. All right. So let's take a look here. You just saw each other. The Does that mean there's so the what was this? What is it? Is it a badger? No, what is it that comes? Oh, groundhog. So the groundhog came out. Did he see his shadow? Is there going to be 2 more weeks of winter? All right, let's take a look here. so so what is Jake thinking? Okay. And what is he feeling? I feel like it's these. And what's he want between us underneath? You have no idea. It was a joke like Groundhog's Day, you know, when if the groundhog goes out and sees their shadow, since he's finally arrived, he stuck his head out of his cave. It's like, what now? What's the weather like going to be? All right, so we'll start there with number one. So what's Jake thinking? So we got the Four of Cups and the Sun card here. You know, so we've got this, you know, it's interesting that the 4 of coins, the 4 of pentacles, I'm getting home energy and the sun card, you know, which is this, you know, bright light, victory energy that comes in here. And I don't know, it feels like a solid kind of thinking energy. It's like there's this brightness, there's this warmth. It's something about that they loved seeing you in their home. That's the only thing that is coming through because it's this bright light that, you know, Lauren of Light, that's funny. Lauren of Light, the bright light was in his home. And I feel like that's what his thoughts were, is because he's just kind of sitting in that, right? Yeah, you're in his home, right? And it's like, he liked that feeling. His mind was, I like that. I liked that, is what he's recognizing, right? Ding, ding, ding. Whoosh, psh, psh. I like it. What was he feeling? here. Yeah, I got the 6 of spikes and the knight of spikes. Well, yeah, I don't know if his, emotions were active. I feel like he's in his head still, both mind, mental energy when we're asking about his feelings, right? That's usually that indicator of the emotions are paused because 'cause I'm in here. But it's interesting that what was in here was normally what, like, an emotion would be, but he recognized that I liked seeing that. And so it's like his heart snuck a thought in. It's like his mind is always controlling his heart, that his heart has been around the mind so much that the heart is learning to speak mind to the mind. They're going, "You like this. Let's sneak it in over here," right? Yeah, I feel like that's good. Good idea. Allow them to, uh allow that safety switch to kick on again. He's been doing good. We have to give him that, right? He's been doing really good, but, uh, even someone learning and growing something new, they need a break, and that seems good. I feel like that feels good. Underneath, what does he want, between you guys? Yeah, yeah. Um, does he know what he wants? Right now, because the emperor energy is like trying to get out of your head so you can connect with your heart to figure out what you want. But I feel like he's still in his head. He hasn't done that yet. So he still doesn't know really what he wants. You know, literally, he never knows, right? Not yet. The full card is I want to have an adventure without expectations, without, because that's what freaks him out, right? So right now, he's got this, this energy of, I don't want, you know, have to have intentions and all these plans and everything. I just want adventure with you, kind of energy. I know that's a hard one. But I feel like that's kind of where they're at with that, is just adventure. Can I just have adventure with you without a have to be, a should be, a need to be, a must be? I don't want to perform. I feel like a poodle already having to perform at my parents' house. I just want to be able to be with you and not have to have it go anywhere. Just let it grow organically, not any drive behind it. But when he feels you want that, that's when he kicks into that, right? He feels like, I want to do this and talk about all this stuff because I know that's what you want. That makes you feel happy and safe, but it's freaking me out, you know? But I'm doing it because I love you and I do want those things, but I don't want it to be on a timeline. I want it to just happen, right? So it's interesting. All right. Let's see here. Let's look what number 2 is here. So, what are his actions to you over the next week and month? All right. So, based on current energies, okay. I see you kind of. I was going to say, do we want to look at after he calms down and he has his alone time and comes back? But I feel like you do that in number 3. So, we'll do right now, based on his current state, what his actions are over the next week or month. And then when we go to number 3, we're gonna, look at, because that's when he's gonna reset, right? Right now, he's not reset, so when I ask his actions to you over the next week and month, it's gonna be totally from Mr. Happy Mind, not heart involved, right? So, we'll do that. I feel like that sounds good. We'll see the contrast, right? So, what are his actions to you over the next week? Okay, and then over the next month. All right. So, Over the next week, we've got the 5 of hearts, the 5 of cups. So his actions here, it's interesting that over the next week, I feel like his actions are going to be this is it. This is interesting. So I'm trying to see how to formulate it because it's his actions are going to be based from a place of reactionary feeling abandoned. I know, but that's what happens because and I think it's like one of the videos I sent you because 'cause they're bringing something back in my head that they're saying this is what happens when you have an avoidant, they, they'll move towards when they're feeling safe, they move towards you for connection because they know that's what you want, and that's really what they want inside, but then when they get too much of it, they're like, "Yikes," and they pull back. But if someone pulls back in their mind, right? Someone pulls back from them, they do feel the abandonment because they do want connection, but it freaks them out at the same time. And so hopefully that makes sense. I feel like you get it. 'Cause it's like, "Oh, yeah, I understand." It's not it's, because it doesn't make sense because it's like, "Well, if you would come over, I'd give you all the connection," but you go, "Well, that freaks me out." And you're like, "Well, then I'm leaving." "Well, then that freaks me out too." And you're like, "Well, you can't have both worlds." But it's like, "Oh, okay." There's a there's like this flow that happens, and I feel like he's going to kind of react even though in his mind he goes, "Yeah, we talked about this," but his heart gets to react and send him into kind of a fight or flight mode a little bit. So you're gonna get some actions that are rooted in that, which would be, you know, he might revert to some old behavior momentarily, a little bit, not like all in, but you might get little snippets of it and go, "Oh, that's the stuff. No," but let him, just don't react to it. Just let him get it out. Because once he expresses it, then he can return back to sanity. So that's for the next week. Because that's when you're leaving, right? You're going back to, I could feel like that's what's happening, with that. Over the month, yeah, we got the Page of Hearts. See, and I feel like this is what happens. Here's the reset I was talking about. So he starts talking from his heart, right? And the 6 of Hearts. Yeah, the 6 of Cups. Here's that coming back energy, that's there. And the 2 of Spikes, the changing of the stories, from the story of fear to the story of connection, so it does switch back there. And the 4 of spikes. I like that. The peace of mind and restfulness that comes in here. So feel like he starts expressing it. He starts, you know, the tune of that different story, kind of energies that comes in with that too. All right. Put those back in there. And let's go into number 3 here. I feel like this is where we're going to get some juice. Let me take a last sip of my coffee here. And then, so what's his actions if you go to Virginia for a few weeks? I feel like that's what I was pulling there. But let's see here more specifically. Okay, we got those. And then when will you reconcile? Let's see, based on current energies, let's take a look here. Pull a when card here. All right. And what should you do next? So, what advice does Spirit give you for your adventure? And what does he do next? All right. based on current energy. All right. So, what's his actions if you go to Virginia? Yep, he moves home. Yeah, right. He goes home, the 4 of coins, the 4 of pentacles, and we have the 3 of spikes, the 3 of swords here, and that's that feeling, he does the unexpected. I don't feel like this is the heartbreak, disappointment energy. I feel like he does the unexpected. 'Cause that's what he wants. He doesn't want expectations. So when there isn't expectations, then he likes to do things. When there's expectations, that feels like lack. Feels like I'm behind. It feels like I'm not, and so when there's no expectations, it just gets to flow kind of energy. Interesting. When will you guys reconcile? Oh, I like it. Well, we have the hanged man, who knows the unknown, transformation energy. But I was drawn to this card too. And it's the power of choice card, right? Yeah. He wants to, connect and things. When it's not expected, then he likes to connect. But when he feels it's expected, then that turns him off because it's like, you know, the expectations he feels are like way up here, and then he's down here, and this is all negative. This is 0 up here. I'm minus. I have to do all this just to get up to 0, and then abundance starts happening above that. And so when we are just grateful for what they do and not have expectations and rules and stuff, this is what he needs right now in order to feel. And that was the Fool card. I just want an adventure, no expectations. Then when I do something for you, it's unexpected, it's above and beyond right away. Immediately, it's abundance that happens without any expectations being there, and that's what he wants. But we have the choice card, the Chariot card here, which is June 21st to June 22nd. And it's almost like immediate how it happens, you know, because that's when we reconnect. That's when you let go, then they're like, you have to trust that I'll still be here. But when you try to, um, you know, to, you know, tether me, then that makes me feel freaked out. But I walk along, it's like, not that he's a dog, but it's like a dog. It's like, we're afraid they'll run off into the woods, but if we have a relationship built and a trust, they will walk beside us, and if we try to put a leash on it, they'll pull at the leash, right? That's like what they're showing me in my head. And then, what should you do next? You've got the 3 of coins. Yep, 3 of pentacles. Be true to the authentic and true you. Focus on you, focus on your creativity. Don't try to control the relationship or him. Live your life. Allow them to, bring to you and you can bring to them, but, it's without expectation, right? It's like, "Hey, da da da," and then you go about living your life and being who you are and expressing yourself and creating and then interacting with them. And there might be a day where they don't. And you're like, that's fine because I'm working on creating my life and what I want. Because, reminding that they are not your life and you are not their life. You guys create your lives and you share your lives, but you're not each other's life. That's where the codependency and then happens, right? It's being true to each of your authentic selves and allowing each other to be part of each other's life, right? And then what does he do next? Yeah. We got slow move, Knight of Pentacles, because he takes his time and he's changing his energy with the 5 of Wands, right? It's because if he takes his time, that's right, because we talked about that. If I take my time, I avoid drama. If if I take my time and I don't go all in or all out, if I just slowly allow myself, then I don't freak out. But it's the you need to be here and then they need to run away the same amount of distance from it as well. So I feel like slow motion, and the more patient we are, if we want to be in a relationship, it's we have to allow them the timing to an extent. I know, but I feel like that's kind of where we're at with that one. All right, and then any general blessings or exciting things coming up for you over the next few weeks. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I want this one too. Yeah, I like this. I mean, you're creating a lot with this King of Swords. You're learning a lot, you're getting a lot of clarity, you're doing a lot of planning, and the Queen of Wands is you're putting a lot of things into action. So I feel like, with you getting off on your own, again, it allows you that space and you're out, of, that I need, well, I'm here. Why isn't he here? Why isn't he doing this? Why this? Like he's over there. He's balancing himself out. Now it's time for me to hit the grind. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Create, kind of energy that comes in here. And you do have the Six of Swords. It's leaving old ways of thinking behind. You're moving into higher ways of thinking, which brings you from choppy waters to calmer waters. And then because of the mindset change, you bring change in the outside world for you as well. Um, Action and movement energy. And a lot of it all depends on your Queen of Wands energy, which is, of course, whatever you focus on is what you create and grow. So it's important to go, all right, I need to get my energy into that balanced state, right? I am the Empress. Boom, here I go. Not, and it's a different place now because before it was so, but now I feel like with the changes that you've seen in him and the truth and the healing you guys have done over the last, what, week and a half, 2 weeks, it'll be different because now you're not as anxiously attached, right? You're attached, but you're not anxious as you would be. There's more of a fullness, I feel. Um, so I feel like that's what they have there. And then what's our past life? Let's do a quick let's just see what we had here. Yeah, I like it. Well, we have to have a rabbit unicorn. I feel like, looking and riding the donkey backwards. This is kind of like, I feel like your past lives have always been like this unique and exciting and odd thing. And I feel like you guys like to do that in different lifetimes with this energy here because you like to learn things, and to learn things you guys like to do things differently. It's like you're rebels in a way, rebels of love. We want to change things. We do things differently. What? We're supposed to ride face forward? No, I'm going to ride face backwards. I'm going to do it this way. And they're like, what? Rabbits don't have horns. Like this one does. It's a rabbit unicorn. And I like this energy of the oddness that past lives have always been that, whether it is, male, male, female, female, as lovers, as sisters, as brothers. You guys have had several, it feels like, different types of lifetimes, but it's always an odd adventure. And I feel like that's kind of the energies there. All right. So let's do your finally here. We got this Whispers of Healing oracle here for your fortune cookie. And you have vibration. I love it. Number 14. It's all about the energetic vibration, right? It is normal for your energy to fluctuate throughout the course of your day. When you are in the process of healing, it is easy to fall into a period of low energy. Your energy naturally lowers to assist your body or mind with healing. However, this comes with challenges and it is easy to start feeling depressed. This card is prompting you to raise your vibration. Raising your energy, even a little, will assist your healing process. Elevating your vibration can provide you with a direct link to your guides and higher self. The shift in vibration may help you receive guidance on your healing. Build up and utilize the relationship with your higher self. You will find your conscious mind can recognize and apply the information your higher self receives. As you continue to raise your vibration, you will find you have a better grasp on everything. A magical fairy, oh, in this card, a magical fairy travels on the back of a bat, encouraging trust in psychic gifts and faith in one's abilities. Bats are very sensitive to vibrations. As you raise your vibration, you will build confidence in your instincts. The fairy and the bat are accompanied by moths. Like the bat, moths are nocturnal. A moth usually shows up in your life when you are hiding. This may suggest that you have not been facing up to something. You're hiding out, yeah, his house. You are hiding out, and it's time for you to get back into living. Wow. Wow. Find something that can motivate you. Fill your heart and mind with light and feel your energy shift to a better place. Wow. I like that. Truth. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. It does definitely feel different than the other previous situation before. So I do like this for you because I feel like this is a good, gives him chance to reset and get away from his parents too. and and it's like, okay. And then you get to have um your balancing too. So I like it. All right, my dear. That's what they have. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. Virginia Beach, here you go. Zoom, zoom. All right. So let me see here. Wait, I got Cat Goddess. Let's take a look here. All right. And then Lotus Lightyear, I don't see you put out a question. Does that mean you opted not to have one this evening? Let me know if you're here. And then Ruby, I see we got you here. You're a freebie. We'll get you on that list there. And we have Prathy. Hey, good to see you. Oops, sorry. Right before you, we got Miley. Hello, hello. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Nope. Okay. So we'll get you on there. And then Prathy, you're up after that. All right. All right. So I think I have all the donations done. I was about to swipe on my pad and swipe on my screen. That's not a touch screen. Zoom. Let's see. Yeah, all that there. So um I do have all the donations done for right now. So I'm going to take a quick break because I've been on for 4 hours. So I need to get up and move around a little bit to get things flowing again. I'm going to grab, actually, I'm not going to grab more coffee. I'm just going to put my coffee away. I'm going to be responsible and drink some water here. And I'm going to hit the gents room here. And then I'll be back to start on free readings. So I'll do at least 30 minutes of free readings. And if any donations come in, then I will go to those after the 30 minutes and bounce back and forth till we finish out the free readings because we don't have a ton. And it's only 4 hours. I've been doing 8-hour sessions, so that we're only halfway through. It's lunchtime. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you guys. All right. I am back. All right. So, thank you guys so much. I got myself a protein shake too since it's lunchtime. Just gotta keep drinking that here. Gotta keep my proteins. All right. So, hey, Pearl, is that Pearl Jam? Pearl Jam? Like the band? It says Pearl James Sarah. So hello. Good to see you. Welcome. All right. So as I said, we before I took a little break here, we finished donations. So I'm gonna do head off and do at least 30 minutes of free readings. And if any donations come in during that period, then after I hit my 30 minutes, I'll jump to complete those and then back to free readings and kind of jump back and forth as any come in. All right. So up first we have Mini Heal, which is at 4:14:30. Okay, that's correct. So Mini Heal, here is your timestamp. You want to know, when is the turning point coming in your career, this year or 2027, or not now? Right now I am stuck. All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energy of believing that you are stuck, let's see what Spirit says here, right? So is it now or 2027, etc., right? So you got the Four of Hearts. Yeah, this is that stuck, stagnant, bored feeling energy, right? And you had the King of Scepters, the King of Wands, when I asked for 2027. And so I do feel that if you don't decide to change your energy, that 2027 is where it will be happening. But the good news is that you can change that. So if right now I'm stuck, if I believe that and my energy is I'm stuck, guess what I get? I get stuckness, right? But what you can do to change that, right? You can, if you haven't checked, I probably have told you about my podcast, uh, The Easier Path, episode 14, Abundance Where It Be. That would be really good to check out if you haven't. If you checked it out, check it out again, because it does talk about energy is the first thing. Where am I focusing my energy? Am I focusing on gratitude for what I have and have had? Then that's going to draw it in. If I'm focusing and I'm stuck and, there's nothing coming in my career and there's just nothing there, I'm getting more of that because that's what I'm growing instead of growing abundance, growing gratitude. And then it does talk about our inner child, how they control what comes into our life, into the city gates, because we can draw stuff to us and it's kind of hanging out in the outside, but our inner child is the one that allows it to come in or not based on its rate of exchange. How much do I have to give in order for me to receive, right? So I feel like that is what we have. So 2027, if you continue on the path that you're on, I feel like eventually it'll click in and you'll take extra steps to bring it in, but you can do it now if you want. But definitely check out my Easier Path podcast. It's linked down in the description area of the video, or if you go to my main page at the top is the playlist, and it's episode 14, which is Abundance Where It Be. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dears. Many blessings. I like that there's an option, right? All right. And then we have Yagmur the First, 4:17:35 is yours. There you go. And I hope all is well. I appreciate you. I hope all is well with you as well. And so you wanted the current feelings, Jay's current feelings towards you. You're in contact. Oh, very nice. So what are Jay's current feelings towards you? All right. All right. Hold those. Nope, they don't want to hold those. Sorry, let me just shuffle these up. All right. So Jay's current feelings. All right, there we go. Boom, boom. So we do have, all right, we got the Eight of Spikes, the Eight of Swords, and the Justice card that's coming in here. Both air energy. Justice card is Libra energy. It's about, they rule over the house of relationships and partnerships. And I feel like we're asking about their feelings, but it feels like they're in their head. Are they an air sign? Do they have an air moon? Because I feel like they're in here, not in here. And they're letting go of some long held, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. They used to make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Feels like they're working out these expectations they have in a relationships about all that, who someone's supposed to be, how it's supposed to, what you're supposed to bring into the relationship, what I'm supposed to bring into the relationship, how it's supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, blah, blah, blah. Like all these opinions, right? I feel like they're sorting through going, what is it that I want? And what is it that I'm doing because I think that's what everyone else wants? And I feel like they're just kind of sorting that out right now. And in doing that, it kind of almost feels like they have their emotions kind of like on pause as they're in their head evaluating things. Doesn't feel like a bad thing. It just feels like I'm actually getting rid of expectations that are sucking the life out of the relationship. And it feels like they're more looking at what is it that I do want, and what are those things that I'm going to chunk out. Going, I don't need all that stuff. I'm going to focus on what I do want, not all this other stuff. So I like that. It feels positive, the energy that I'm picking up here. But I feel like emotions are kind of halted while they're reevaluating stuff. It's like they had to take emotions, put it over here, so I'll get a revamp and do all this and get all that, and then I'll put the emotions back in, kind of thing. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what's coming in right now. So many blessings to you. And then Betty Joe, 420. 46 for you. Here is your timestamp. And do they think about it on, or did they think about it on their long drive? Or let's take a look here. I don't need those. What else? Well, I suppose so. We got the 3 of spikes and the 8 of spikes. So we definitely have here mental mind energy. They did a lot of thinking on their long drive. 3 of spikes is expectations equal disappointment, So where was I disappointed and how was I a disappointment? And the 8 of spikes, 8 of swords is like, thinking about and letting go of thoughts and beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small kind of energy. So it does feel like they were processing and thinking about a lot of those, um, whatever this disappointment energy is that's coming in. And, was there a summary? Was there a decisions to be made by it? I don't feel like the decision was more letting go of expectations and letting go of thoughts. Um, but I don't feel like actions were determined yet based on it. I just feel like there was a lot of thinking and releasing of things, even releasing of guilt in some ways as they processed and we're seeing things from different perspectives and different things. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So that's what they got for you, Betty Joe. So many blessings to you. And just for everyone that has come in recently, I'm in the middle of doing, I finished all the donations. So I announced I was going to do 30 minutes of free readings to get some free readings done. So, obviously, Cancer, thank you for your donations. You'll be up first as soon as I finish that. I'm like, let's see where I'm at. I started like at 4:14. We're at 4:23. So I'm about 10 minutes. And so about maybe 20 more minutes and I'll jump into your readings. And then everyone else, I'll catch up on the free reading request. I'll add you to the list at that time, right? So thank you guys for your patience. All right. And then May, you're up 4:23:33. All right. Just so does it bug KJ when they don't know or see what you're up to? Uh-oh. All right, let's take a look here, babe. Does it bug them? Let's see here. Are they buggable? I don't feel like they're buggable. I feel like the Nine of Pentacles is like Hermit's journey. This Leo, I don't want to be caged energy, strength card, independent kind of me energy. I feel like it doesn't bug them. I don't feel like they're buggable. I feel like they're like, "All right." Um, and I feel like they like their privacy. They like their independence. They like, you know, to be not like I said, not a caged lion. They like to be free and roam, and I feel like they understand that. I don't feel like it bugs them to not know. And what's interesting, if we do things because we hope it will bug them, we hope it will get action or reaction from it. They're not a game well, let me rephrase that. I was gonna say they're not a game player, but they don't fall for the games of others. They create their own games. They're like, "That won't work on me, but I'm gonna try to get something to work on you." They would do that, but they don't think they're a game player, but they do their little stuff thinking, "Well, this will get a reaction," but it doesn't work either, because people don't do things unless they wanna do it. The more we try to push someone, the more they resist. The more we try to pull someone, the more they pull back. It's human nature. If we walk along with someone, they'll walk along with us, but if we try to control them, game over, right? All right, so that's what they have going on there, May. Hopefully that helps understand them a little. All right, many blessings. And then we've got Chelsea, 4:25:46. So, Chels, hope you are well. Happy weekend to you. Here's your timestamp. So your next one-on-one, should you tell your manager that you're feeling a little overwhelmed? Maybe not those words, and let her know that I'm going back and teaching myself terms like as I listen to some news space. I'm wondering if she thinks I have more experience. Oh no, imposter syndrome. Oh, I don't think I did that, but okay, I get you here. So, um, let's see what advice they have here for your next one-on-one with that and with that. So, you have the 10 of hearts, which is joy, 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 celebration energy. Feel like it's not so much telling them that you're overwhelmed, um, because you have the 6 of spikes, 6 of swords here too, and it just kind of feels here, you know, of course, it's like what you love about what's going on, and have you heard of the sandwich technique? It's you start off with positives and what you love and everything, and then the challenge, and then end on a positive note. You sandwich the difficult thing to chew on in between the 2 pieces of bread of joy and those things, right? So I feel like if you do that, that's the way to present it, and and if you, come with solutions, and even if you might not even have to, not wait for your one-on-one unless it's, like, coming up at the beginning of next week or something, but I feel like come with solutions, right? Not complaints, not, "I'm feeling, I'm feeling like I'm not doing well." You can say, "You know what? I feel like I'm," and it's specific, right? I feel like I'm not understanding these things. Is there anybody that I could sit with? I feel like that could help me. It's like come with ideas and solutions on how you feel you could learn that and overcome it. And then, but talk about, I'm loving this, and da da da. And, something that's really been a challenge for me is this. And I'm wondering if I could get something like that, to do that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. And then, oh, and I like this and this. And then it doesn't seem like it's a complaint session, and that, um, I'm struggling. What are you going to do about it? It's that, presenting it as I'm struggling in this particular thing, and maybe this thing, is there any can we do something like this, or what ideas do you have? This is what kind of what generally works for me, but I'm open to hear any other ideas on how I can, like, get on top of that faster, kind of energy. So I feel like that's what they have. Hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings, just many, and enjoy. All right, and then Butterfly, you're up for 2910. As always, thank you so much for all your help in the chat. I'm very grateful for that. And for your question, here's your timestamp. And my day was good. I hope yours was good too. You want a message from your guides. All right, let's see here. What do your guides have for you today? Okay, they definitely want that card. All right. And I like these two. So you do have the 8 of coins, 8 of pentacles, another transformation energy. I think you get that a lot. Hangman, or that one. Let's see, what else do you got here too? Yeah, I got the Queen of Spikes and the Knight of Spikes. You've got both the Queen, that's the, beautiful balance between head and heart, but rules over the, with the King, um, over the mental suit. But also you have the Knight, which is the Knight actually serves the Queen and the King, but in this case, because the Queen is here, I feel like there's something here about transformation of your energies, and not to be afraid to ask spirit for guidance and answers and clarity and questions, because I feel like you're coming up on some decisions coming up, because there's this work that you're doing, something that you're wanting to create and build. And I feel like there's some decisions to be made. And whenever you have decisions where you're not sure whether it's this or this, right? That you can there's 2 reasons that usually happens. One is I don't have enough information, right? I'm like, "Well, this, but this, but this, but this." In those situations, we can ask spirit, "Can you bring me clarity to make this a no-brainer?" They'll bring you information that's like, "Oh, obviously that's what I wanna do and not that." Boom, right? They'll do that. The other thing is when we know what we wanna do, but we're afraid to choose it, so we pause going, "Oh, I know what the answer is, but I'm not," we can ask spirit for the courage and clarity, and even, like, information that kind of builds us up to want to do it. Like, "Can you guys rally me? Can you show me, like, someone who's done that and the result they had, so I can be like, 'Oh, that could be me,'" or, "Can you show me something that can help me make the leap," kind of energy. And I feel like a lot of this has to do with, you know, just the willingness to know that there's nothing too small to ask of spirit and nothing too large either, and everything in between. So I feel like that's their big message right now for you today. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we got Ashish Balkaran for 3218. So Ashish, here is your timestamp. And uh, will you be in a relationship this year and meet your future wife? Right, based on current energies, will you be? All right. Excuse me. There's definitely possibilities here. You got the 7 of hearts and the 9 of hearts. 9 of hearts is like an emotional dream come true. I feel like the obstacle with the 7 of hearts, you can think of a 7, 3 on one side, 3 on another, and then a 7. The 7th heart is in the middle there. And I feel like that energy is there's some sort of emotional block that's holding you back a little bit here. Um, and it can have to do here. I'm thinking of, and I don't know if I've shared that with you yet. I have a podcast called The Easier Path, and episode 14 is abundance, where it be, but abundance can be for love, it can be for job, it can be for finances. And I feel like there's something below the surface because we talk about the out of balance rate of exchange where I feel I have to give 1,000 love coins to deserve one back. Our inner child learns something when it's 7 years old or younger, like the Seven of Hearts, 7 years old or younger, and it believes that I don't deserve it yet. And I feel like if you just spend a little bit of time looking into that, and we talk about it, how to do it in that podcast, that can allow it to come in, because the emotional inner child is the one that allows things to come into our life or not. And so when we bring it down to one, the gates are open and then it can come in. So I do feel like you can have it this year. But check that out. You can check out the podcast link is down in the description area of the video, the easier path, or if you click on my name and it goes to the main YouTube channel at the top, there's a playlist for easier path. It's episode 14, abundance where it be. So I like that. So that's what they got for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Lotus of Serendipity 43453. I always like to say it's so specific. Hope it doesn't irritate you. Let me know. I'll change it if it does. So, Mr. Zen, happy Saturday to you too. You'd like a general message. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? All right, you got the Three of Pentacles and the Star card. I like this energy. Three of Pentacles, Three of Coins is about being true to your authentic self, allowing yourself creativity. And if you haven't been creative lately, I feel like it's important to do that, even if it's doodling or something. It's important. And I like the Star card because it's Aquarius energy. I'm an Aquarius sun, so I get it. It's all about fly your freak flag. Be true to you. Do things differently. The old ways don't work anymore. Be unique. Be different. Don't blend in because then you're not seen. Stand out. Then you're seen for who you are, and the people that love who you are will be attracted to you. But if you're blending in, they don't see you, and you miss that opportunity to shine, to be seen. And I like this. It's like the star card. It's the star in the sky in a dark night. You're able to be seen and you help guide people through your creativity. I feel here as well. So, um, anything else regarding all this? Yeah, just that be a rebel. The old ways don't work anymore. Be creative in new ways, and that helps. So, that is what they have for you. Lotus of Serendipity. So many blessings to you. So I think I just saw my phone go off here. Okay. All right. Let's see where are we at. 414 be what? 444, right? Oh yeah, so we're almost there. So Debbie O is up. Thank you for your donation earlier, my tech Zen friend. Good to see you. And here's your timestamp. And whatever spirit wants you to know. All right. Got this. And we got this. So you got the Eight of Coins, Eight of Pentacles, and the Six of Hearts too. I like this energy because I'm getting this Eight of Coins, Eight of Pentacles is a lot of this work energy. And I feel like you've been doing a lot of just putting a lot of effort into your growth and your transformation and those things as well. And you have the Six of Hearts, which is this beautiful movement, I feel, of, heart energy. And I feel like you've been feeling the flow differently in your emotional center. And I feel like, one, they're celebrating the work that you've been doing, high five, fist bump, group hug. that you've been doing this and that you've been feeling the flow. I feel like they also want you to know through all of that too, that at times you might feel like, um, why am I still sad? Why do I still cry? Why do I still have this? Why do I still have that? That celebrate how far you've come. And that as we move from being in loud, loud, noisy emotions, and your norm starts to become more and more used to peaceful emotions, that the loud emotions almost seem louder when they happen because you're used to peace. Like if you're in a loud bar that's playing music at the highest volume, when you go outside, that silence can be deafening, right? But when you're in a loud place, loud stuff doesn't seem loud, it just blends in with it all. But when you move to a library and you're used to being in a library all the time, then the loud noise doesn't seem so loud, right? I mean, things don't seem so loud, but then someone drops a book, and even though that's nothing compared to the noise you had before, it seems much louder than it is because you've gotten used to a different type of vibration. So I feel like that is the big message they have for you is to realize the things that seem big wouldn't have seemed big at all in comparison to what you had before, but you've been doing so much release that, you know, it's almost like if you have like a severe pain in your shoulder, right? And that heals, suddenly you're like, oh, why is my hip hurting? Well, your hip was always hurting, but in comparison, you didn't feel it because this pain was so much. And this pain is not compared to that pain at all. But now that that's gone, this seems like big because you ever have like a graph where like everything is like, the on this side it's 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, or whatever, right? And it's like it goes up and down, you have all this stuff. And but then suddenly when you have like an 185, all these things shrink. And it's like, well, that's the opposite. Like when this thing disappears, the graph looks bigger, like, "Oh my god, look at all that big stuff," and you're like, "No, look at the legend on the side. It's not anything in comparison as it was." So, hopefully all those examples make sense. But that's what they have for you, Debbie-O, so enjoy. Alright, how we doing? 4:20, 4:20, okay. I think we have time for at least one more. We got Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. And for your timestamp, we've got this one here. So a general read about what's coming up for you. All right, let's take a look here. I feel like we do want this one and we do want this one. So you have the Page of Spikes and the Nine of Hearts. I feel like what's coming up here, you have a lot of clarity coming in with this Page of Swords around what a dream come true, what your emotional heart's dream come true is here. And did you get something like this before? Because it's about cutting away. You have these opportunities of things coming up. You're seeing people go through things. You're doing some self reflection on the expectations of what a relationship or a love of your life is supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, how they're supposed to act, what they're supposed to bring to a relationship, how it's supposed to start, how it's supposed to unfold, blah, 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 right? It's exhausting, all of these rules and everything. And it's like you're getting clarity. You're going, you know what? This stuff is opinion that other people wanted, but what do I want? And I feel like this is that empowerment that you're stepping into by seeing again other people go through things and you reflecting on some of your own past relationships and going, yeah, why do I believe that this needs to happen? And this is an expectation. Why? And you're releasing yourself from a lot of that, which makes the dream come true even more possible. Because when we have a billion expectations, it's impossible. But when we get it down to 10, it could be possible. Get it down to 0, very possible, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right, I think I have time for one more. We got Cat Mia 44308. So Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. And will you really like Ma if I make it like K, and will K like it too? All right, let's take a look here. So will you really like MA if you make it like K, and will K like it too? All right. Well, I feel here for you, will you like it? The Queen of Wands is it's your choice. You have the power to um, like it, but you have to let go. The vices is the devil card. It's letting go of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and supposed to be's. And it's the energy in which you do it is what makes you like it or not. If you're doing it like out of fear, it's going to be oh no, it's going to be difficult. If you're doing it from a place of filling up with love and overflowing and gratitude energy, then you're going to like it. And then will K like it too, based on their current energies? Yeah, we got the Three of Hearts, the Three of Cups, which is joy. It's like Christmas, joy, celebration, happy, happy energies there. But it is important to let go of all those roles and the supposed to be kind of energy that comes in with that. Right. So that's what they got for you, Kat Mia. Many blessings to you. All right, boom, boom. That 30 minutes flew by. So we were at 4:44. So I did 30 minutes of free readings. We will continue to do more in a bit, but I do have some donations that came in. Those do get priority. So we will move to those next. And then let me catch up and get everybody on the lists here. All right. So I left off here with Prathy here. All right. So that's my little point here. So we got my baby. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. And we've got Cognitive Mind. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And then, of course, we've got obviously Cancer, obviously. So thank you for your dual donations. You'll be up next. So thank you for your patience and getting to your readings here. We'll give that a love and a like. Let me grab this one here too. And give that a love and a like there. And we got Happy Peel. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. And Michelle Smith, hello, my friend. Good to see you. To get your donation via the Cash app. So we'll get you on here after, obviously, Cancer. All right. I think that is everyone. Just to make sure my emails. All right. And then let's see here. So for for free readings, just so everyone knows, I have Maria P, Ruby, Camellia, Livier, Summer, Cat Goddess, uh, Ruby, Ruby G, My Lee, Prathy, My Baby, Cognitive Mind, and then Happy Pills. What is that? One, two. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 11. So I get 11 free readings. So after I finish donations, we'll jump back into those as well. So let me just take a quick sip here of my little shake. If you guys don't hear my stomach growling, I'm so sorry. Get some of that in there. That'll calm it down. All right. So obviously Cancer 44723. Thank you again so much for your donation. For both of them. For this one, you know what's going on between your person and her friend. All right, let's take a look here. What can we know here? What's going on between your person and this friend? I do want that one too. All right. What do we have here? Ooh. Well, we got the Three of Swords here, which is kind of this like disappointment energy, heartbreak, disappointment, kind of friction kind of energy seems to be going on here. That's the underlying energy. We'll see what more is here. Got these two cards that came out together. Yeah, what is this? We got the Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Coins, which is about a new opportunity, like something that they're wanting to do, but they're fighting about it with this 5 of spikes, this 5 of swords. There's the no, my way, it's my way. This is what we should do. No, I want to do this. No, I want to do that. I want to do this. Whatever the situation is, it's creating this tension. It's creating this fight on because I feel like it's what is this? Their friend. Is this a female friend? Because I feel like it's um they're wanting something done and it's very important to them, but it feels like, well, um, but your person has ideas on, well, no, this is how you should do it. And they're like, no, I want to do it this way. And they're like, well, no, but da da da. And then they're arguing because your person feels like they know what's best and they feel like her friend isn't seeing things clearly. And this other one, wants to something to be done and they think they're just trying to be a control freak. Fun. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, the 9 of spikes, 9 of swords, tons of expectations, right? So tons of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and and two stubborn people not backing down, right? Underneath that, we have the Page of Hearts and the Fool card. Yeah. And I feel like, it's it's an interesting energy because it's like I'm being stubborn for you because I feel like if you'll listen to me, it'll turn out so much better and more in alignment with what you're wanting to happen, but you're not listening to me. And they're like, "You're not listening to me," kind of energy. And they're like, "I want it to go this way." And they're like, "No, it needs to go this way." And this full card is like an energy of an ending an old cycle, begin a new adventure, free of expectations, free of all these rules. And they're I feel like her friend is just kind of like a shoot from the hip kind of person, and it's not gonna go over well if, you know, without planning, without things. It's like, "Well, we can show up." "Well, you need reservations for that." "No, no. No, we can just show up. They'll have room." And they're like, "No, they won't," and they're like, "Yes, they will." Because your person knows, like, that's just an example, it doesn't have to be exactly that, but they know that that place is very busy and that they only take reservations. But the other person is like, "No, no, it'll be fine." They think they know each of them think they know better, right? And I feel like that's what's kinda coming in here, kind of energy. We got the 2 of coins, yeah, and the death the death, yeah. 2 of pentacles is like the 2 opposing, forces, and, the death card is like this death and rebirth energy. What is this about? It's like it's almost like a fight to the death, is what they're showing me in my head. It's like Thunderdome, 2 walk in and only 1 walks out. What's underneath there? Yeah, they got the 7 of hearts. So, ton of emotional confusion, and I feel like the intentions, the fear kicked in, and of course, what happens when fear kicks in is we get kicked out of our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we act like little children, having a fight. It almost feels like we've returned to grade school energy because that's what usually the age 7 years old and younger, right? And it's like now it's about the principle, not about the actual solution and the core of why we were wanting to do it in the first place, from place of caring about each other. Now it's just like I don't know why. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what I'm picking up here. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for that. Yeah, right. Vanity. It's like Snow White and, the evil queen. Free yourself from the need for validation. You are infinitely more than the limiting story of your ego. Yeah. So I feel like that's what really is kicked in there, right? Interesting. All right. So that is what they have for your first one there. Let me just grab a couple quick shout outs here. We got Benita Bala in the house. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And then Happy Pill, thank you so much for your donation. So we'll take you off the free list then and move you to the donations, is what I'm seeing, correct? So we'll put you up there. Boom, boom. And we'll give that a love and a like there too. All right. I think we're set. All right. And then obviously cancer number 2, 45424. So here's your timestamp. And so can you tell me about your person's current feelings? They've been things have been going well. Oh, I'm glad. I'm just curious about anything you don't see. Don't curse it. Don't curse it. All right, let's take a look. Feel like I need to move these cards around here. All right, one more shuffle. So, your current person's feeling. I mean, your person's current feelings, not your current person's. Not a Freudian slip. All right, got that. I don't want those. Do you want these two? I do want this one. All right. Yeah, I like this energy because the bottom of the deck, you do got the King of Hearts, the King of Cups. So this is how she feels about you. It's a wonderful, compatible person, huge heart, of course, Cancer. We know that, but also beautifully balanced with their mind. So there's this great, you know, balance between the head and the heart. It's fitting like a glove. And I feel like they're realizing that just how compatible. Feels like there's been a little bit of growth in maybe her, I don't wanna say like her, um, self-esteem, but yeah, because in order for like her self-love has grown a little bit. Something happened. Maybe we'll see it in these other cards, but it because she's recognizing like a little more deservedness, a little less, you know, quit giving to me to like, I deserve to be given to a little bit, and it's like grown. So I like that. Let's see what this is. We got these two. We got the magician and the high priest. I like it. So here's that compatibility energy, the divine counterparts of the magician and the high priestess. These are divine counterparts, magical divine counterparts. So again, here's that compatibility energy that's coming in, how she's realizing, wow, there's something about how you have stuck by her through things that other people left way before. And they're realizing it, going, no one's ever lasted this long or come this far with me and has had the patience and the stability. And I feel like there's something that clicked um, here with this. Let's see what else we got here. Got the Eight of Spikes and the Knight of Scepters. Yeah, it does look like they've spent some energy in here. The Knight of Wands is like a moving energy or putting energy into something. And with this Eight of Spikes, the Eight of Swords, that's that energy of, questioning my own mindsets, my thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small kind of energy. And so it does feel like they've put some energy into self-reflection. What? Are you okay? Cancer, are you there? Hey. It's good. It's good stuff. It's like, hmm, let's see what this is about. We do have the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles. That is an energy of it's like a self-sufficiency energy. It's a little bit of hermiting energy, but it's like it's more so like I'm alone in a garden with spirit and I'm doing reflection. It's like I'm journaling, I'm just reminiscing or I'm sitting just staring out thinking about things. But it feels like I feel I've taken the time, pocketed away from the chaos so I could really reflect. So this is interesting energies. Yeah, we have underneath that, we have Cancer. Here this is the Chariot card behind it is the moon and Cancer. So here's your energy, but it's power of choice and again the 2 of spikes, the power of story. And I feel like there's something around interacting with you that has given her like this it's like a light bulb went off, but it dropped into her heart too of there's 2 stories. I could be a victim, I could, choose lower, or I can choose higher. And I feel like they're just realizing, in seeing you that you of course have every right to choose lower vibration and she gets to see that, they get to see you do that, right? But they also get to um see you choose higher. And they're like, "Wait a minute, I just saw you choose." It's almost like in a moment you started to feel down and you're like, "You know what? No, I'm gonna choose this." Zoop, and they're like, "What did I just see? Do that again." It's almost like they played it over in their head and there's something that happened that kinda just you showed them contrast, and I like that. And then we have temperance. I know, patience, right? Especially this is like one of the things we talked about. She sees how patient you are and have been with her, but it's a great energy. I feel like that's a message for you saying, you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. And that, you know, even if you, and I like this, that you're like, things are going well. And because it says that, with the alchemy and the magic, that even when we can't see things happening, we can't see the change happening, it's happening below the surface, and then eventually it does make itself known to us. And we're like, whoa, things have been updating, things have been and changing. So I love that for you. We'll pull a fortune cookie here. We'll get you one of these whispers of healing since your donation was $5 or more. And let's see what we got here. All right. All right. They do want this one right here. And we have boundaries, number 50. So let's see what this is. The last card in the deck. So, strong boundaries are necessary for you now. Decide what you do and don't want in your life. In regards to your healing, this is more practical than you might realize. If others are interfering with your well being or impinging on your ability to care for yourself, take notice and make the needed changes. Imagine digging a moat or creating an impermeable border around your body, your home, or your workspace to create the space you need. You've gone through a tremendous period where many aspects of your life have been altered. It is imperative to honor your limitations and acknowledge that you need to take better care of yourself. People might mean well, but miss the cues when you aren't up for long visits or extensive phone calls. You don't need to make excuses. Let others know that you are making changes to better support your energy and healing. In the picture, a woman's holding a peacock and stands next to a distinctive boundary. Notice the maidens on the other side of this boundary. The presence of the maidens may signify the level of commitment you have towards your new resolve to in your self-care. Wisteria is draped around the background, and wisteria represents a time of learning. So it is important to put yourself first. Your true friends and family will respect the boundaries that you put into place. I like that. So I'll show you the card one more time here. So here's this boundary down the middle. All right. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. Hopefully that helps. All right. And then we have Michelle. Michelle, my friend. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash app. And here is your timestamp. So you'd like a general reading. Let's take a look, see what Spirit has here for you. All right. Got one and two and two and two more. What else? And one and two and three. Okay, these. Okay, I get you. All right. Let me just scooch these into their proper places. All right. Bottom of the deck here, you have the Ace of Hearts. The Ace of Cups, beautiful, beautiful energies, of course, of self-love and, that, of course, that's our core of our journey is the quest for the chalice, the holy grail of which we are, and filling up with that love and filling up and overflowing. So we'll see what this is about. I feel like because you have one card here by itself, I feel like that's going to tell us more about this Ace of Cups. But you got two cards, two cards, two cards, and one card under each for clarity. So we'll see what this is about. But what is this self-love about? You got the Page of Scepters, Page of Wands. So this is about empowerment. This is about filling up and allowing energy to overflow. What are these about here? It's filling up and allowing overflow. Let's see what this is. For your first two cards, you have the Five of Hearts and the Wheel of Fortune. So the Five of Hearts is about transformation. It's the, alchemy of change from lower emotions to higher emotions. And the Wheel of Fortune, is the tune of for you, but I feel like it's for others too. There's something about here, like part of your calling, part of the reason why you wanted to come down here is to help people transform their emotions from lower vibration to higher vibration, to give them like awareness, to give them an example, even. Underneath that, you've got the 10 of scepters, the 10 of wands. Yeah. The ability to change something. You got all this 10 energy with the Wheel of Fortune 10 and this 10 too, but how to show people how we can move things from a lower vibration to a higher vibration, to put an end to the ways of doing things to create something new. Endings, beginnings. I wonder here too, I don't know if you've ever considered something like it's called a death doula. And it's interesting because this is, one of the most vulnerable times in people's lives is when they know their life is ending, and one of the most challenging times for people, loved ones that are around someone is dying as well. And it's helping them deal with the loss and helping them how they can transform it, to feel the emotions, but then to be able to transform it when they're ready too. And I feel like for some reason that's coming in there. I don't know if you've ever, it doesn't have to be that exact position, but it is something along those lines. So, and I feel like you might have experienced loss, and because otherwise, it's like because when you're an expert in something, because you've experienced it, that's why we're able to connect with people because we've gone through it ourselves. And there's something that the connection we make with people is deeper with that. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they got there. Number two, you got the Page of Hearts and the Moon card as well. So you got this energy here of higher love vibration through moon energy, Mother Moon energy. And again, cycles of the moon, changing of the moon. What's underneath here, too? Yeah, the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups. So double portion of emotional energy again, but it gives you the empathic abilities. And I feel like this could work with this other thing as well. I almost feel like they're talking to you about, when you're with your heart filling up, your empathic and spiritual gifts are expanding and expanding and expanding. And with this, like, you can help people, of course, transform emotions with that Five of Hearts. I kind of feel like your energy just automatically does it. Like, people can hang around you and feel good just by hanging around you, not talking about whatever they gone through and blah, 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 but just sitting with you and hanging around you, and they're like, "I feel so much better." And you're like, "Oh, I'm glad." I did nothing. You think you did nothing, but your energy, just them sitting in your aura, just them sitting in your bubble of love, just changes things. And that's just without trying. And I feel like um, with this expansion energy, with this Page of Cups, it's like you're getting an upgrade where you're able to, you know, kind of flood out your emotional energy, and it helps change the energy of the room. Now, you can't control people's emotions, right? But you can make it an easier climate for people to change their emotional energy. It's not so difficult. It's like when it's loud and crazy energy, it's hard for people to choose higher vibration. It's easier for them to be in fear and hold on to their fears. But when they're in a loving environment where they're just like, yeah, I'll let that go, it's easier for them to transmute it. And your energy, I feel like, helps that. I like this. And then what's the last one here? You got the Ace of Spikes and the Sun card. Yeah, again, this beautiful, bright light energy of the Phoenix energy coming in here. The Ace of Spikes, Ace of Swords is about communication and clarity coming in around this. And yeah, and then you have the Ace of Wands underneath as well. Um, I feel like there's this timing, and and when you're ready, I just on the bottom of the deck we also have the Hierophant, which is the teacher student energy. I just feel like the sun stands bright and stands tall and can't be missed kind of energy. It's almost like there's this, Ace of Wands, Ace of, new beginning energy that eventually, when you're ready, and why do I keep on drawing it out? Because you know what I'm going to say. Being a teacher, right? Sharing this, and it can be one on one, it doesn't have to be in big groups or anything, but it's helping others, um, teaching them how they can transform those emotions, how they can expand it, kind of energy. So I love this. And it can be in whatever way you want, you know? It doesn't have to be organized spirituality or boring classes or anything like that. It can be like, you know, the person who created like art therapy. They loved the mind and the study of psychology and all that, but they also loved art and they wanted to bring two things together that they'd like to do and we can create and teach in whatever way we want. I just I see like was it Bob Vila? He's the one that goes, he's the curly haired guy and go, let's come to the canvas. That's what I saw. All right. So that's what they got for you, Michelle. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And we have, yep, self-love. Beautiful energy. Look at that. Card number 16. So you might be feeling downhearted or melancholy because you haven't fully grasped how to appreciate who you are. The ability to truly love yourself complements your capacity to fall in love with others and the world as a whole. Self love means acknowledging the light within yourself. You are a sacred part of the mystery and miracle of life. Perhaps you've struggled to rally esteem, respect, or love for who you are. Maybe you're looking outside of yourself for validation. You may expect friends, family, a partner, coworkers, or your bank account to provide you with your sense of worth. This expectation leads to illusion. The truth of who you are is inside of you, always. You are unique. You have your own process and you need to be yourself. Quiet your mind and go within to find your self esteem, awareness, and inner peace. This will lead you away from worry, judgment, and mistrust. As you learn to extend the quiet periods in your mind, you will begin to be more in your heart, where you will recognize truth, intuition, and acceptance. In the picture, the maiden hugs herself in an act of self love. Her nakedness emphasizes her vulnerability in the process she's going through. The stag supports time taken alone. The lionfish encourages you to face your inner demons. And with the help of the lionfish, you can stand strong and face whatever you might have been hiding from. Work on loving yourself a little more each day. You deserve to love yourself more. Wow. I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Michelle. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. See, we got Debbie O. Hey, Debbie O. You are very welcome. Oh, your shoulder and back have been hurting. Well, there you go. Going to bed. Night, night. Sleep well. Send your energy. Rejuvenate while you're sleeping. All right. All right. Let me just take a little more drink of my protein drink here. Happy Pill will be up next. That's my last donation for now, and then we'll jump back into free readings. Cheers, cheers, Debbie. All righty. So happy pill, we're at 5:16:58. There is your timestamp. And you wanted to know uh, what whatever your angels have in store for you. I hear you, Debbie. Yeah, it's midnight your time in Texas, you know. All right. So you wanted to know whatever your angels have in store for you. All right. I bet you're going to get Juan's energy here. Somewhere here, because you know the our angels, they don't have like intentions or shoulds or whatever for our life. They're like, "Whatever you want. We're excited to be along for the ride." They're like, we they don't have like, "This is a better choice or a worse choice. This is good or bad, blah, blah, blah." Everything is just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So, they really don't, when we say like, "What do my angels have in store for me?" They're like, whatever you're focusing your energy on is what they're gonna bring you. They're like, "We don't have it," you know, we've lived for so long and we live so many expressions. It's like there's nothing new, really, for humanity. It's just we're experiencing it in different ways and different things. Um, but so they're like, we're not like, they're excited to see what we do with things and what we create and everything, but they don't have like a preference or, any of their own will over our lives. They're just all about, "What do you want? We'll do what you want," kind of energy. So all of that said, on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of cups. So I do feel like you're in store for a variety of different emotions, and I feel like there's something here that part of what you're wanting to learn right now, which they will assist you in doing, is feeling your emotions, all of them. It doesn't mean you have to act on them. Don't hurt anyone or yourself. But it's about feeling the sadness, feeling the anger, feeling the joy. Those are our 3 kinda root emotions. Everything else kinda spawns from those: sadness, anger, or joy. And it's about allowing yourself, because 'cause you're taught as a child not to express your anger and your sadness, right? "No crying children. I'll give you something to cry about. No tantrums, or I will spank you and punish you," right? So we're taught suppress, suppress. But this is they're teaching you not to suppress, but to feel emotions, letting them flow, and even transmute some old ones that you weren't able to feel. And then they're saying that in feeling like if you feel down, it's like allowing yourself to feel that and let it go, let it come through you and out, that other emotions that are attached to it from your past, like, all the way back to when you were like 7 years old and younger, that they will piggyback and go, "It's okay. We can feel this." And you'll feel like a release of, "Wow, that felt good," and crying is a transformative healing thing that helps you as well. Yeah, because you have the Knight of Hearts. Yeah, here's the movement of emotion, and it brings in clarity here too for you. It helps bring in balance with this Justice card energy. Actually, it's interesting is our emotional inner child is created first, 7 years old and younger, right? Then our mind, our, mental side is from 7 to 14. And so our emotion happens first, and then as our mind experiences us having emotion, it creates thoughts and beliefs around this thing. Either it's pleasure, it creates a myriad of thoughts and beliefs to make sure we have pleasure again. If we have pain, then it tries to avoid that and creates all this infrastructure to make sure we don't feel pain again. Well, when we deal with an emotion, when we have an emotional release, whatever thoughts and beliefs were connected to that, they also get impacted. So if we do this, if we try to go through the mind to fix a heart issue, it doesn't know, it doesn't speak the same language. Neither can we go into a thought, go through the heart to fix a thought only. It's fixing, not fixing, but transmuting an emotion is what automatically kind of domino effects into those other thoughts. So, um, beautiful energy about transforming emotion, I feel like is in here for you. And then in the middle, you have 3 cards. You have the Ace of Pentacles, you have the Page of Spikes, which is the Page of Swords, yep, and the Hanged Man here too. So the Hanged Man is a beautiful transformative energy. And again, I feel like a part of what's unfolding here for you is that you are letting go of some of your old, it's like a caterpillar going into a cocoon. They become caterpillar soup and they begin to let go of some old ways of thinking, some old beliefs, some old emotions, right? As we're doing that, all of that emotional release that's happening is also impacting your sense of worth, your self-worth, because you're seeing yourself differently because your emotions are changing, and those emotions that were judging us and saying that we were a failure and saying that we were less than or whatever, as you're transforming those, you're like, "Wow, I'm seeing myself from a place of unconditional love, eternal unconditional love, instead of all this, you know, what we see as failures and things in the outside world." So I feel like they're saying here, you're going through a huge change. You got the Empress card as your last card, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Uh, you are creating something new. You're stepping into your power. And the Empress has a lot of hidden emotion because she kind of feels like earth energy, right? But she rules over all four queens, and each queen behind the scenes has cups. So with the Queen of Cups, that's five-part emotions, then one part fire, one part earth, one part air. So there's a lot of emotions there that are being transformed and changed. So I like this for you. So if you've been feeling like the need to feel your emotions, you're being invited to, and you're being supported as well, right? Then your fortune cookie from your angels is manifestation 1111. It says, "You are in a season of accelerated manifestation where your desires and intentions are taking form in the physical world. Choose your words and thoughts wisely, for they are shaping your reality faster than ever." Wow. Boom. Zip, zip. You are very welcome. Happy Pill. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All righty. So I think that's it for my donations. Hey, Lee. Good to see you. Hello, hello. So I'm going to return back to the free readings. I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 11 on the list right now, so we'll be finishing those up here and see what else we have after that. All right, so Maria P, 525, 34. Thank you for all your donations earlier. And there's your timestamp. So a general for you. All right, got this. What else? This one here. All right. You got the Queen of Pentacles and the Seven of Hearts. So Queen of Pentacles, this is a time of mother nature, mother nurturing. So nurturing yourself. And the Seven of Hearts, Seven of Cups is really getting in tune with what emotions that you're feeling. And I like this. The Queen of Pentacles, it's kind of like you're almost pulling back a bit and you have time right now to kind of just sit back. And it's almost like that's what um the guidance that spirit is giving you is a very productive use of your time right now is when you have alone time to step back, journal, feel, allow yourself, don't hurt yourself or someone else, but allow yourself to flow with the emotions and, feel the sadness, feel the pain, um, feel the, anger, feel the joy too. Don't forget our higher vibrational emotions. But, everything is usually rooted in sadness or anger or joy, is what I was just talking about in Happy Pills reading. But there's this, it's time for you to really understand what it is you're feeling and getting to the root of those emotions because emotional confusion ain't uh, the funnest. if that's the proper way to say it. But, we definitely have this, this feel the feels, understand where they're coming from so you can get to the root of it and go, why am I, feeling sad? Why am I feeling mad? And why am I feeling joyful? And I feel like it's great time to reflect on your emotions because it's good to understand your emotions and realize it's not other people that are making you feel any particular way. It's you are choosing to feel a certain way for a reason. So why you're choosing that emotion. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Maria P. So many blessings to you. All right. Ruby. Hello, hello. What he says? Oh, why are you hitting a low again? All right, let's take a look here. We'll grab you and get you on here for your additional donation. So thank you so much for that. Give you a love. Give me a like there. And we got Sherry in the house. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And we'll get you onto the free list here as well. All right. Let me just make sure no one else came in over here. All right. All right. So Ruby 52902, you're feeling down. Well, let's find out here. We'll get you on the list here. There's your all your timestamps. So why are you hitting a low again? I can't stand it. All right, let's see, figure out what we've got happening here. So you're feeling the lower vibration emotions, right? I'm gonna link those right here. So you've got the Page of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, and interesting enough, underneath that, we do have the Five of Hearts, the Five of Cups. This would be the feeling low energy, right? So you're not really hitting a low, you're just feeling a low, right? Because when you look at your life, you look at all the stuff that you could be grateful for around you. When you look at it all, you're like, oh, I'm not at a low. I'm just my life just dipped a little bit here in a moment, right? And I feel like that's what the Page of Coins, that's about our abundance, and it's like, something that we can do, um, is to help us get out of the low is to focus on the highs, and which is, everything we can be grateful for in the moment. And it's normal and natural for humans for us to get drawn into, I mean, we're in a giant amusement park full of fear rides. There's a plenty of things to fear. There's plenty of things that draw us, that could draw us out in, right? And and we're kind of designed for survival to focus on what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong, so we can stay safe. But the thing is we start having fears that are emotional monsters that don't exist in the physical world, and they're not really dangerous. We're just convinced through our conditioning and brainwashing, right? There's a lot of monsters. And so when we're in a giant amusement park full of fear rides with a lot of emotional monsters that are pretend, they're showing me, what was that? Like Pikachu. I think there's an app where you can try to find a Pikachu or whatever. And like, there's one that's not existing, but on the app it is. And that's what everyone else is going, "What are you talking about?" Like, "It's right here. Do you see it?" "No, we do not, because that's on our app, right? We're seeing something that's not really a danger. Everyone else is going, "What? I don't see Godzilla." And you're like, "It's right there." Well, it's right in here. It's coming through our eyeglasses of a fear, right? But the more we focus in on the what we're grateful for, then that helps us. It brings clarity, it brings things in for us to, be able to, um, see things from a different point of view, right? So let's see what else we got here. I feel like that's the bottom of the deck. You got the 7 of Scepters, the 7 of Wands. Yeah, that chainedness. You got the Wheel of Fortune energy coming in here, and the Hermit. Yeah, there's something here. excuse me, about, here's that 7 of Wands feeling like a chained dog, right? Instead of being able to shine bright and be yourself, and you almost feel a little bit isolated with this Hermit card. But, the Wheel of Fortune is realizing that we can change things. When we're in an energy of something's happening to us, that's when we're gonna feel low, right? That's when we're gonna feel like a victim, because that's, "Oh, it's happening to me, so I'm a victim, there's a villain, and I'm looking for a hero," right? And we're our own hero in that scenario anyway. We wait around for someone to come rescue us and like, "Damn it, no one's gonna do it." Well, I'm ripping off these, chains, whatever, and I'm gonna do it myself then. And this is kind of what kicks in. But if we can believe that everything that happens in life does happen for us, then there's this amazing, excuse me, amazing relief that can come in going, you know what? I may not see the reason now, but I can trust that the universe is kind. The universe does love me eternally and unconditionally. They're not an abusive parent. They're not an abusive friend. They're a loving friend that only does, things and only allows things that are for us, not to us. And though we may not be able to see the whys as a human right now, we will someday as a human, or definitely when we're back emerged back with our higher self, go, "Oh, that's right. That's why I wanted that to happen. I get it now. Da da da." So uh hopefully that helps. Then these 3 cards, you got the 6 of coins, along with the 8 of spikes, 8 of swords, yep, and the Tower. So another energy like the Wheel of Fortune that says, we can trust that when something is brought into our life or something's brought out of our lives, that it is for us always to create the space for things that will align us more with what our energy is and clear the pathway to have us go forward. The sixes and the eights are very flowing energy. And but I do feel here with the 6 of coins, 6 of pentacles energy, that does go back to our feeling like this energy we had when we were a young child, that there's so much I have to do in order to receive so little back. And there's a transformation. The 8 of spikes, 8 of swords is this, um, it's, clearing away old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And we have this stuff come in. Now I feel like lows come, the feeling of lows come when we're growing, right? There's a Humble the Poet. I love him. I quote it quite often. He says, "There is no growth in the comfort zone, but there is little comfort in the growth zone." And so when you're feeling down, you're feeling low, it's because you're letting some stuff go. And when you're in that low and you're seeing those low things, that it helps you release those things. And we kind of mourn a piece of us because especially if it's something that a belief that's been part of your life for so many years, it's almost like you're letting a piece of yourself go. And so it could be a moment of mourning, a moment of low, but then just bye, I'll miss you. Bye. Let those old limiting thoughts, do your altar, blah, 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 bye, and do a releasing ceremony. Allow those lows to go, right? You do have the 6 of scepters, the 6 of wands, and the Queen of spikes, the Queen of swords. So there's this balancing of head and heart. And the 6 of wands is about balancing our energy too. So, you know, whenever we're feeling low, the balance is focus on the high, right? And if you ever feel like you're too high, you can balance by focusing on the low. But there's other reasons why you're feeling too high, right? No, just kidding. But a bunch. But um, gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. helps. It's one of the things that helps us um, kind of recalibrate to where we're not consumed by the low, but we're aware of it, right? Breathing, deep breaths too, deep breath in, hold, slow breath out. Helps you get out of the fight or flight mode, right? The more you do that, just it brings you back to the moment, realizing, what am I truly fearing? That's an emotional monster. What do I fear is at the root of this thing? So hopefully that helps, my dear. We also have a new moon in Gemini tomorrow, which shakes things up. So let's see what we have. Yeah, I love that. Forgiven. The weight of pain and resentment cannot follow you where you're going. Are you ready to release the past and rise into your new becoming? Let go and allow sacred renewal to unfold. Wow, I love that. All right, my dear. So hopefully that helps, Ruby Ruby. Sending you lots of love. Hang in there. Excuse me. Let me drink the last of my little shake here, and we'll dive back into the free readings here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Let me take a sip of water too. That's a bit thick there. All right, I think that's better. All right. So up next, we've got Ruby Camellia 53946. So Ruby, there you go. And you want to know, does he miss you? And how will his reaction be if you send him a message? All right, so let's take a look here. Currently, does he miss you? I feel like that's that one there. And then based on current energies, if you sent him a message, what would his reaction be? All right, does he miss you? I got 5 of scepters, 5 of wands energy. It's kind of a conflicted energy, you know, and it's kind of like this, maybe my heart, I have emotions in my heart of missing, but the mind is, no, you can't act on this. So it feels like something there. And um, his reaction, if you send him a message, is very balanced energy. It's like, doesn't feel very excited, very, oh, yeah, yeah, or very, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, hey, but I don't feel like there's this, kind of energy here because there's something going on with this little Scorpio, constellation included here. There's some transformation. Scorpio goes from a scorpion to a snake to an eagle to a phoenix. But I feel like they're in this transformative stage where they're kind of just withdrawn, have their heart, you know, in a little protective box while they're doing this change. So the emotions are not being expressed. They're kind of being suppressed. And in that, that's why it comes across kind of as a very, I don't want to say like a very, yeah, heavy breath, heavy sigh, right? Just like a mediocre response. It's not exciting. It's not, it's just kind of a lukewarm response. So I probably would say don't do it right now. They're going through some changes. You're not going to get an emotional response. You're going to get a response from the mind, logical and, you know, kind of that. So, yeah, we'll wait on that. All right. Hopefully that helps, Ruby. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. And then Livier Vagata, 54230 for yours. You're welcome, Ruby Grimm, Ruby G. All right, so Olivier, I want to ask what your spirit guides want to tell you for guidance this coming new week. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, right here. Boom, boom. Got the Knight of Coins and the World card. Yeah, wow. Excuse me. So you got this, you know, Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all. And you have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Last card in the major arcana, which then goes over to the Fool card, which is about no expectations, world of possibilities, adventure. And it tells us here, the Knight of Coins, whenever we get a slow moving card, the other card tells us what you're learning as it slows down. And I feel like a big thing is you're letting go of the restrictions on what you can or can't do. And I feel like that's what you're learning as this slow period kind of kicked in, right? And it's like, well, the more you realize it and you kind of embrace it, then the faster things speed up and allows those possibilities to come in. But I feel like, you know, really looking into what is it that you feel you can't do? Can you move to another country? Can you learn a new skill? Can you find love? What are the restrictions you feel are in place? Because I feel like the slowness of this is giving you an opportunity to kind of journal the crap out of your life. I like that. Just journal the crap out of your life, Olivier. Just, what are all they may make these lists and let me just question these lists of what do I think is holding me back? What is it that I think I can't do and why? Let me just question that stuff. So question the crap out of your life. That's your new mantra for this week. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings. Enjoy that. Buy plenty of paper. Or you can do it on a computer, you could do that too, or your phone, whatever you would like to do. All right. And then we have Moonlight up next, 54502. So thank you for your donation earlier, my friend. There you go. And anything from the other side, what do you need to know right now? All right. Excuse me. So what do you need to know right now? Anything from the other side? Got the Empress and the Queen of Wands. Yeah. So, Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, taking care of yourself, choosing for yourself, choosing from your heart. And with the Queen of Scepters, the Queen of Wands, this is about, being aware of your energy because you have this great force of creativity around you right now. And with your wand energy, your focus energy, if whatever you're focusing on, you're drawing in big ways. Um, So if you're focusing on lower vibration, you get it in big ways, higher vibration, gratitude, unconditional love, joy, laughter, big, right? So I like that here. Um, being aware of that. I'm getting so much of your spicy, sassy energy through this Queen of Wands. Nurture yourself. Um, be aware of how you're being sassy to your own self, right? Because there is a bit of fire that kind of goes out, to individuals, but that fire is starting with you. And so I feel like it's time to nurture and kind of sit back and go, I have boundaries for other people. And wow, what a journey that's been, right? So powerful and empowering. But what boundaries have I created with myself when I was younger that need to be erased? So boundaries that weren't there on the outside, you created for yourself. But there was boundaries on the inside that get to be removed now. So that's like stage 2. And I feel like that's what they want you to know now. So I like that. Ooh. Right. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Enjoy the new moon in Gemini tomorrow. All right. And then Cat Goddess, you're up 54733. So, Cat Goddess, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what does your future self want or need your current self or uh, present self to know? Okay. So what does your future self and the trajectory you're on right now, what do they want you to know? All right. Yeah, we got the 3 of Pentacles first, which is be true to the authentic you. Don't try to be something that you're not. Don't try to be what your mind tells you that you're supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Because there's a conflict going on between your head and your heart with the 5 of Swords, which your heart wants to create. It wants to do this and this and this. But your mind's like, no, we need to do blah, 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 blah. Because all these stories, all of these opinions you had growing up, and all these responsibilities and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't mean be irresponsible. It just means let your heart have a say so too. Don't let your mind bully your heart, right? Allow it to, have a seat and allow you, talk to both of them. Because we had a lot of fear instilled in us, a lot of mental stuff where our emotional child was kind of ostracized to the basement of the subconscious. And then the mind is like, I lead now. And it's like, the heart's like, I was here first because it was. Our emotional inner child was formed 7 years old and younger. Then when our mind, our thinking mind became started to form, it was like, listen, emotional expression, you cannot be expressing yourself. You get us in trouble all the time by expressing your sadness and your anger. The joy they kind of put up with the other two, you need to go to the basement. We need to be safe. So we're going to put you down there. And then the mind took over and the heart's like, oh, okay, well, I'll stay down here, I guess. But until it's like, I need to be expressed. I'm tired of being suppressed. Kind of a rebellion going on. There's a war between your head and your heart. And so bringing them up, do a peace treaty. Go head, simmer down. Let's hear what the heart has to say and see if you can support them instead of trying to control them and bully them. Then that changes. And that's what brings in the Wheel of Fortune for you, which is, of course, abundance and fullness, something that feels like you're living instead of existing when you're just listening to the mind, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Excuse me, take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And we're getting around the 6-hour mark. It seems to be when my voice starts to go, we need to go. But we only have like 7 more free readings to go. So we will gut it out, right? So just sorry for my hacking up. All right, and then we got Ruby G. Hey, Ruby, for your free reading. Thank you so much for all of your donations earlier. Appreciate those. And here is your timestamp. So you're wondering how many kiddos you're going to have in your family, if I'm going to have any more or adopt like you're hoping to. All right, let's take a look here. So how can we know, based on current energies, how many kids, children's, that like in your, not in your family, like grandchildren and all that, but your considered your children. So how many children will be in your family? And then will any of those be adopted? All right. I like it. You have the 9 of spikes, the 9 of swords, expectations. It's interesting. Let me see here. How many are adopted? 8 adopted. I like it. You're gonna have a family of 9 with 8 adopted children. You know, I feel here, because they have the 1, and I feel like these are expectations. It's interesting. They're like, enjoy the 1 and have gratitude for the 1, and the rest will unfold. I feel like right now they're like, you got a lot going on. But you know, I feel like there's, because the way these are set up is interesting, because you've got 2 in the hands, and there's 2 hearts up here, and then there's all the possibilities of all these others that are down, down here and down here. So I feel like you're gonna have at least one more with a possibility of a lot of adoption if you want that. So I feel like you'll have one more yourself, so you'll have 2 children that come from you, but then I feel like there's, more that are available, and that depends on your power of choice. There's nothing fated with these others. I feel like there's 2 that are fated, for you, but then there's others of possibilities depending on what what decisions you guys make. Um, and so there's no expectation of it or no fated of it, but you have 2 at least, and it can be it's almost it feels like some can be adopted, but it also can be like you're involved in other people's lives that have children, and you're a support for them, even though they're not in your house. It could be your neighbor's children, they could be someone else's, a friend's child or children, where you know, they're like they're an only child and, and you have your 2 and you have the neighbor's kids and you're like, "Hey, we're gonna go to the pool. Can we come by and swing by and pick them up?" And they're like, "Oh my god, yeah." And then there's a whole group of kids that go, and then hype them up on sugar and everything else, and you're like, "Here you go. Here's all those, and then I have my 2," you know? Could even be like a feeling like that, like you're definitely, like, fated to be involved in interacting with other children because you bring such a brightness to them. Yeah, and you have action. Dun, dun, dun. It says I don't know, I give you a fortune cookie, but you deserve one with all the donations you gave. The universe is ready to support you, but it requires your commitment. Now is the time to take decisive action and guide events in your favor. Yeah, I like that. So that's what they got for you, Ruby. So many blessings to you. Thank you again. All right. And then we have Miley, 55511. Look at those repeating numbers. So, Miley, there you go. Does Jay still think of you and hope to date you? All right. Based on their current energies, does Jay think of you? All right. We got 2 here. Do they think of you? We got the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles. They are a slow mover, aren't they? No, I feel like they're in a big me, me, me energy here because the Leo energy of the strength card, that lion and the 8 of spikes, the 8 of swords, they're doing a lot of letting go of expectations and thoughts and beliefs. They're in this big flow energy with the 2 eights, the strength card number 8 and the 8 of spikes. It's like they're letting things go and they're kind of just going with the flow and just kind of seeing what unfolds in their life. So I don't feel like they're thinking a lot of um it's funny, they are thinking of me, but not you me, the me. And I don't feel like they're I don't know, Miley. I'm not getting like this huge like action energy from them. Like there's not like a lot of drive to of hope and for anything. I feel like they're kind of just doing a lot of inner reflection, trying to figure out what they want in life, and they're just kind of shooting from the hip in life and not having kind of any structure of any kind. Just kind of like, "Oh, I'm just kind of doing whatever. What's your 5-year plan? What's a 5-year plan? I just feel like they're not in that place in their life where really they're just kind of I don't know if you're familiar with ADHD, but, it's like it's a the way the mind of someone that has ADHD, which is kinda what I'm picking up from them, it's not that they don't care about people, they just forget about people because they are so, uh, hyper focused in what's happening in the moment, they forget other stuff. They get very consumed into this and forget that you know, they wanted to date you, they're like I got into this, and then they're like, they'll see you or they'll see something, go, "Oh, yeah, that's right." And it's not because they don't care, it's just the way their brain is structured. So, hopefully that helps. If you don't wanna deal with that all the time, then you're like, "Yeah, I think I'm okay." But, they're fun. My host has, a lot ADHD. I could tell when she's not on her meds. We call it dolphining. She'll make a statement, she'll talk about something, and then she'll be like, "Oh, and blah, blah, blah," and I'm like, "Wait, wait, wait. How did you get from there to there?" And she goes, "Oh, I because underneath I thought this, and then I went to this, and I thought that, and I thought that, and then this is the thought that came out. This is the only thought I heard." There was 5 others that went through her head, but out of her mouth came the other. And you stop taking it personally, uh, different things when you understand how people's brain works. But, you get to decide if that's something that you want to enjoy or not. All right. All right. Many blessings to you. And then we got Prathy is up 5:59:03. So Prathy, here is your timestamp. And what's around the corner for you here? Let's take a look. Get these 3 cards. What do we have happening here? Yeah, you do have this. You got the Queen of Swords, which is I'm getting an energy of you know, something that's very organized and very in tune with who you are. It feels very um, compatible with you. And I do feel here, I mean, you've got the World card, which is a victory. It's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And it's something that's taking you out into the spotlight with the Seven of Wands. It's like you're up on a hill standing bright, not asking permission to shine, not dimming your light, not defending who you are and what you're doing. It just feels like you're up in on stage or you're up, and standing out kind of energy here. And there is a big change that's coming. I'm not feeling here. It doesn't feel like it's a relationship energy, at least not the main piece of it. I feel like with you standing out, that is something that can impact relationship, but I feel like all this other stuff, it's opportunity more that is opening up. It's something that just feels like right up your alley, and you feel very comfortable and compatible. You're like, "Wow, this it's like everything I've learned has prepared me for this, and now I'm standing out because I have everything that's needed for that victory, for that progression, and this new thing sparks." And then with you standing out, you are noticed for talent and everything else, but I kind of feel like there's almost kind of like a romantic um, recognition too, because you're not blending in, you're standing out, and that's when they notice you, right? So I feel like that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Pardon me. And then my baby is up 6:01:27. All right. And you like an angel message. Let's take a look here. What do your angels want you to know? Right. In this one. All right. All right. So you have the Ace of Scepters, the Ace of Wands, and you have the Devil card, the Vice card. You know, the Vice card, the Devil card is like a shaking and a rattling of things. And I feel like there is action, there's activity that's coming your way. And I feel like they want you to know here um, that it's for you, and this rattling of your cage in a way is to show you what's ready to be released. There's a little bit of discomfort when we're growing, and I feel like you're in a growing cycle, but it's in order to it's like almost like clogs are being cleared out of your mind to allow energy to come forward, kind of where you feel like you're living instead of existing, where you don't feeling restricted, you're not feeling trapped. It's like not getting caught up in an old cycle, and it's like breaking free of a cycle, and it takes a moment and it feels a little uncomfortable, and that's all right. That's what happens in growth zones, right? And um but then you're like you leap forward because of it. It's like um I wouldn't say like it doesn't jettison you, but it's like it propels you forward. So, it allows you, that ability. Where is he? Is he on the it's like here you're swinging on over here on this wire, on this rope. The old ways, the old boat you were on is gone, and now you're swinging, and it's like a different story unfolding. This is Moby Dick, I'm sure, this, card here. It's someone who got consumed with trying you know, to do this. I couldn't see beyond it, and it ended up destroying them in the end. And this is like it's time to let the old drive go for wherever this was taking you, and this obstacle, this it's not destruction, but it's you know a removal of something out of your life, um, to be able to get you this new passion, this new excitement to go into something, to head towards something that's more in alignment with who you really are, not who you were told you're supposed to be. So I feel like there's a realignment in a way, and though it feels uncomfortable, you know that this is what you wanted to be yanked out, right? It's like, I don't know, a bad tooth. It's like, this is causing me pain. I know it's gonna take a moment for it to go, but then there's a relief. I'm free kind of energy that comes from this. So I feel like that's what they're just preparing you, going, it's not anything big destructive, but it's transformational. And so buckle up, Buttercup, but it's for you. So I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my baby. Many blessings to you. And then we've got cognitive mind, 60512. So cognitive mind, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. You want to know what your husband Amit is feeling for you. It's your third. Oh, so is there a third or any third person? Why is he not talking with you? Okay. Okay. What is he feeling for you? And is there a third person, or why is he not talking to you? Right. So how is he feeling? Yeah, we got the three of coins here. We got the three of pentacles. And yeah, I mean, the three of pentacles, I mean, I don't I don't feel like that's third party or third person kind of energy there. But there is something where they feel like a third wheel, and by that I mean they kind of feel like they are they're not it's like they're not who you want, they're just something you want. And what I mean by that is, it's like, do you even know who I really am? And do you love me for me? Or do you love me and with this pentacles, or do you love me for what I can bring you and what I can provide you? And I feel like they're going through some sort of, um, I don't know, just some sort of identity crisis, some sort of identity. Um, I don't know who I am, and I just feel like they're in this kind of energy because why isn't he talking to you? We got the 5 of Pentacles, which is a belief of, it's like the fear of not being enough, not having enough, being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind kind of energy. And I kind of feel like they're just and getting this feeling, and I don't feel like it's just what they're feeling like toward you. I feel like it's what they're feeling toward everyone and everything. Like everyone just is using me for me. They're not loving me and choosing me for who I am. They're choosing me for what I can provide. And that all I am is a source for people. And I just feel like they kind of have that feeling like their job is just using them and, you know, and don't care about them personally, just what you can provide and their family, like their father, mother, that family, you know, and then they just think, well, you're along with all of everyone else too. I think they just lumped the entire world in a giant bucket going, the world just wants to use me. They don't even want me for me. And it's an identity crisis. It doesn't matter what's true or not. It's what they how they perceive the world, right? Because they don't see the world as it is, they see the world as we are, right? And this lack of feeling abundance, this feeling of being used is how they feel about themselves. Like, I don't know who I am. I just am trying to become something, to have money, to have all this stuff. I don't even know who I am, why I'm doing all this. I'm just feel like I'm just a workhorse. Well, that's what they're doing to themselves, right? And I feel like that's what they're projecting out into the world too. Interesting. So, um, hopefully that helps. I don't feel like there's a third party with all this. I feel like they would think, well, they would just want to use me too. I don't feel like they're looking outside. I just feel like it's this inner battle kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. So hang in there. Uh, many blessings. All right. And then Benita Bala, 60939 is yours. Whoops. Let's try that again. All right. Here's your timestamp. Oh, hey, Yagmore. You are very welcome. Many blessings to you. All right. So, Benita, you want to know what are the Leo's personality traits in a relationship? All right. Let's see what we can get here. Can get a couple here at least. We do have the Knight of Hearts and the Seven of Coins. Ooh, well, could be good or bad, the last one, but the Knight of Hearts, of course, is a romantic individual, movement of the heart, movement of passion. I do you remember did you ever I don't know, it's, from the Bugs Bunny, the old Bugs Bunny that had Pepe Le Pew, he was a skunk, and he would always chase after this poor black cat. He was so in love with her, and he would grab her out of nowhere, and he'd just start kissing her, "Mwah, mwah, mwah," and start kissing her arm, and she's like, "Oh my god." Um, but that's what they're showing my head is so romantic, maybe even over the top romantic. And then the 7 of Coins, the 7 of Pentacles, is patient. They're a patient individual, which we like that. We want them to be patient with us. But there's also it's a last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, right? They're also oh my goodness, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. Maybe that's the 7 that's the tired of waiting energy. That's funny. Where did that yawn? It just out of nowhere. But that's it. They're also not in a rush to move forward on things either. So it's like, okay, well, there's a kind of a double-edged sword with that because it might be like, are you gonna be, taking any action soon?" Um, so I feel like those are 2 characteristics that they have, um, in a relationship. So, hopefully how that helps. We can find out more, in another one. We just do, like, 2 card readings for free readings, so, we can find out more another night as well. All right, and then Sherry, you are up, 61220. Lastly but not leastly, we have Sherry. And thank you for your patience in getting to your reading here. And can you tell me what's next for you, please? All right, let's take a look here. What is next? What do they want you to know? What's important to know? All right. You know, you have this calling energy with the judgment card, which is like, this angel, this higher self guiding and pulling you in a direction. And you're going to have this eight of spikes, this eight of swords energy, which is it's a mental energy. It's about having some long term or some beliefs that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. This is who you are supposed to be, should be, and it's restrictive. And whereas your calling is your heart pulling you into something bigger than your mind thinks that we're capable of, or that we should do or shouldn't do. There's fear around it. And this eight of swords tells you that you've been working on this, you've been releasing mindsets that don't serve you. There's more that are falling away, and as these are falling away, can look at it as expectations that form the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. And like a horse has little blinders on, they can't see over here, can't see over here, so they don't freak out. But we like if when we have expectations on, we're blinded like this, we can't see an opportunity that's sitting right here. When we remove the expectations, we're like, "Oh, look at this," and here's my calling kind of energy. And I feel like that's what's coming in here is some mindsets are being removed in a variety of ways through dreams that you're facing things, through watching other people go through things, um, through reflection on old experiences, and then really sitting with this image in your heart. I almost feel like if you haven't done automatic writing, you can, if you're not sure what this is, if you're not sure what this pull in your heart is, you can sit and just start writing like, dear inner child, can you tell me, what's in our heart? What is it that, you're drawing me toward? And then let it to start answering. At first, it's gonna feel like you're answering yourself and you're just like, "I'm making this up." But then just keep writing, keep letting it flow, and when you finish it and you reread it, you're like, "Holy crap, that wasn't me, that was my inner child," because 'cause they're saying things that you wouldn't have thought of, and I love that for you. So, that's what they got for you, Sherry. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody. Well, I think that be it for this eve. Yep, I don't have any others left here. So I am on Wednesday night through Sunday night, so I will be back tomorrow. If you haven't checked out my free podcast, if you want more messages from spirit and guidance, we have that podcast. That's the link to the playlist. We talk about love and why people cheat. And we're in a little mini series of how to expand our empathic abilities and our spiritual abilities. A lot of helpful tools from spirit on how to make this path an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you want to check it out, check it. It's free. Best price. Thank you again for all the thumbs up, all your love and support, all your comments. It does help spread the Zen love. Thank you for being part of the Love Tsunami. And until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So, until I see you again, sleep tight. Enjoy the new moon tomorrow in Gemini. Good time to plant some new moon wishes. All right, guys, I love you. We'll see you soon.